Yo, how are we doing? People. If you are in the jam, go check the jam Discord, as I am going through looking for some stuff to critique. And what up, Tin Can? The unofficial slogan of the channel now. And yes, I am simping for Free League now, alright? This is what we're doing. Plus, I mean, come on, their logo just looks sweet on a shirt, alright? Oh, man. Alright. What is going on, people? Today, I had a couple plans kind of going on. One of them was I wanted to talk a little bit about traps. Traps, puzzles, and that kind of stuff. When you should use them, when you should not. I was looking for a thing that I was going to fidget with, but I probably shouldn't be doing that on stream. So, like, the whole thing with traps is always kind of an interesting thing. How comfy is it? It's very nice. Very comfy. It's a little on the non-plush-y side, but I like the fit. I'm especially going to like the fit once I spend a month in the gym. But, yeah. So... Oh, yeah, traps. While we aren't doing critiques and everything, I'll probably do some, like, little divergence over to go and talk about that. And I will make sure that that is covered over there. All right. But for right now, let's take a look at some dungeons. What's happening so soon? Feel free to critique it. The current. Oh yeah, no, I didn't really. I've been trying to get a couple of things put together for like, hey, who's able to make this stream? Who's able to make this one? And it's like things will happen and then things fall apart and then like time zones become a thing and it's like, oh yeah, wait, this is this is becoming a headache, huh? But we still have cool shit. Let me see here. Going to use. Oh. Okay. I just had to make a couple points here. Now, the first one I wanted to talk about, and it's the first one I've gotten the, like, hey, please look at this on stream. It's a Fistful of Flowers by Lettuce Puffy. Let's take a look. Okay. So, effectively, let me look at what the critique was on this one. Or what I guess the desire was for the critique on this. First draft of a point crawl map for my dungeon. The main thing I'm looking for is feedback on how well this communicates two different approaches to the same dungeon. Basically, the left path is for you if you bribe/talk your way past the guard. Okay, gate guards are at least off them without raising the alarm, while the right path is for you to go loud, as it were. So over here, I guess? Violent entry? Is that 8? Because I was curious what 1 might be. Or maybe it's 1, and then it could diverge over to the left, and then to the right. I don't know, I haven't seen the room elements or anything. Is that a joint? Is that a joint on there? Did you put a joint on your map? Otherwise, you're wondering if you should expand the legend to include markers for traps /encounter /points of interest. On point crawl maps, easy cake thing to say, no, don't worry about that. Encounters, like, more so you're just trying to get, like, the geography of the dungeon kind of shown on something like these. Whenever it comes to the encounters, like, that'll be in the room elements. It might be nice to have a little bit, like maybe like a skull icon or something like that, but sometimes those things can cause a bit more clutter than they're worth. Yeah, I personally really dig the idea of the like point crawl map, and I'm stoked to see that like this is getting to be a bit more popular. Try and keep things simple. You're leaning towards simple especially with how busy you made the background. Okay. Yeah, so the background is fairly busy on this one, and you're already aware of that. I think that wait, blood splatter for violent, joint for chill. So as I'm looking at this one, you really want to convey the information more so than the theme, a lot more clear, right? The sort of text-like arc effect that you've done up here, that's okay. I think that with like the arc and then the distress, and then it's already on a busy piece of like, you know, background like art on this, could be kind of hurting a little bit. I really like how clean a lot of this stuff looks for things like, I mean, Bastards is like the go-to TTRPG for how well they can execute point crawl maps. I think from what I'm seeing on here, so a few things I'm kind of looking at here right now are, it seems that you have a path that can diverge and get away from 4 and go up here into 5. And I kind of wonder if there may not be an easier way to kind of, number one, condense this a little bit, get it a little bit tighter in, maybe by making the path lines a bit bolder, right? Let me see here. Actually, I'm going to open this up over here in... Yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay, I'm going to get that one up. Sweet, we got another one. All right, I'm going to open up Illustrator. By the way, I hope everyone's doing well today on this day 3 of the jam. All right. Here we go. Okay. So what I would kind of be looking for whenever I was doing a, if I was doing a point crawl map, and I really do like point crawl maps a lot, I'm experimenting with different ways to kind of like get across the accessibility of a point crawl map, but without like losing the overall shape of the dungeon. I think that point crawl maps are very effective because somebody could just like kind of just give you the vague idea instead of something that is so hyper specific. And I think at the end of it, like those point crawl maps are a pretty good way for people like, you know, John Davis and Mike Anderson to get around some of the legalities of making some system neutral or like bastardized versions of official adventures, like the official D&D adventures, which is like hilarious. You're taking a nightly walk around the neighborhood while listening to this, and there's so many dang frogs. 'Tis the season. Okay, so we wanted like westerny theme, right? So we could go with a parchment. I tend to think that this could be a little bit bland. Kalehound, hey, thank you, welcome. This could look a little bit bland. I tend to... I like Illustrator's color guide that they give you here because the color palette choice is actually pretty good. We like westerny, we like... I'm assuming that was the vibe. Because if it's not, then, I don't know, that's my bad. But, see, we can still do something with that, right? And then, I don't know what this is conveying here, but let's see. Like, rootin', tootin', dungeon, bootin', shootin'. Let's just do that, sure. All right. Now, what I want to pick out is some stuff to really, really highly contrast with the background. This is just a little bit of like, you know, graphic design, I guess, in here. So what? It's going to be westerny. Let's go for... I think Bernard is overdone, and it feels more Art Deco than Western. I like Bourbon a lot, but I don't know about that on here. Nah, not Detroit. Man, Brothers is good. I might completely change my thought on that. Let me see here. And I would probably go with something a bit more high contrast in that. And I'm already hating the font. Let's go with... You know, I don't really do a whole lot of Western stuff. So I just don't have a ton of fonts installed that would really fit the vibe. All right. I don't know. We'll go with something that feels a bit... this kind of has that, like, classic pulp fantasy novel vibe. There we go. In a way. What if we did... Oh, come on. Here. This is... Yeah. Yeah. The Fallout show has you really itching to play a Western game. Then you should get... Uh-oh. Don't fail me now, bookshelf. Frontier Scum. This is by Carl Druid. It's a Merkborg hack. And it's like Merkborg Western. It's great. It's like everything you need to know. Yeah. Feels like something you see on the side of a box of Western. Yeah. Yeah, you want to think campy with this, but like we can make it look cool. Let's go up here. Condense this because we don't have a ton of page space to really work with. Let's expand this to kind of enclose all that. Sure. What if we did this? Uh-huh. And let's go smaller. Sure. Okay, now we have like this kind of a vibe, right? Now, whenever it comes to the like important stuff in your dungeon, you could probably also go with, hang on, let me see here. We want a bit higher contrast than that. Because that is a beige. Sure, that feels vintagey. Alright, so squares, keep these square. Any kind of information that you would want inside of them, make sure that that's just easily conveyed in the legend, right? But for the most part, you want to keep these plain. Keep them plain, keep them simple. One word, or like one letter information, that's all they need to be able to know, right? Corner options. Ah, fuck, I always forget. Every time I open up, okay. Number one, Illustrator is not my main bag. Corners rounded? Right? No, because that's with the stroke, right? Shit. What were the corners? Hang on. Corner options. Objects? Objects, right? No. Shapes? No.
Dwarf goblins.
Dwarf goblins. Andy Ailman. Hey, welcome, welcome. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hang on. Hang on. Yes, there we go. And then we pull that in. And let's do this. Corners on the inside, or stroke on the inside. Let's find a happy medium on that, right? Okay, cool. No, not particularly pretty. I think for that, let's go with a... Yeah, that's a nice contrast. It's not the best, but I like it. You know, actually, Hina Kodo has been really selling me on burnt yellows. Yeah, like... Yeah, I dig that. Okay. Now, since we have the burnt yellow, let's see what else we can toy with here. Give me a, I don't know, compliments are nice, but are any of these going to evoke Western better? Because we need that good contrast. That's okay. And then we really need to see what the number is going to look like on the inside of it, right? Okay. We need to make sure that these are tabular lining. Okay, they don't really have many options. Dark piss color. All right, thank you, Tin Can. All right, now that you said it's dark piss color, now we got to look around for something else. Ooh, what are you? Not the worst thing, but so the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant on blue is because it typically conveys water. We just read that and we're thinking, okay, well, if we're going to use water, what else are we going to use to easily read that, right? In some ways, with the point crawls, you have to think a little bit more about what... I mean, you have to think about every single, like, indicator of what that could intuit, right? That's not bright enough. God, this color palette is now turning out super ugly. See, I think Western and I think brown, but like... This could muddy up our information, but we can possibly change that by going with something like this. Oh! See, look at that. Now the room, like, drastically stands out, right? If we go with... That's changing that. Hang on. Sure. Yeah, I don't know that we want to go with that. Green's not bad, but we need it darker. Yeah, the red's okay. I think the red could work. But we don't just want to make it the same color as the background. Gray is not terrible there, actually. But gray tends to convey darkness, right? What are you doing? Is this a critique? Yeah, kind of talking about how to convey information with a point crawl a little bit easier. And I'm kind of showing how I'm doing this in Illustrator. Let's go with white right there. Sure, let's just do that for now. Okay. So... there we go. So we can establish a few things with our... point crawl. Okay, so the lines, I try to keep them bold, like probably the same amount of weight as what I'm doing on the outlines for the boxes. I want to make sure that the connections are pretty clear, because if I go any more thin than that, again, I'll show you. Let me make... Okay, that's kind of a fun font. There's a thin line between childish and, like, kind of quirk. But, like, the cool quirk. Like, Troika quirk. I guess you would call that psychedelic, is that it? Maybe? Yeah. The maroon and dark green look kind of neat. IMO. Okay. Now, so you see that we have the thickness of the lines right here? Let's do this. If I make this any more thin, you see how it just doesn't really feel cohesive in a way? Like, if you keep them like the same like width as the strokes that you're using on the outlines, it's a lot more clean and clear. So like, let me just delete this, right? Like, this tells me that they could connect, but it doesn't really communicate as well as this does, right? So we're keeping the same like width to the lines. This is one of the first things that I noticed whenever I saw your map, was that the paths were really, really skinny. I would try to keep them the same width as this right here. And it looks like I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say that you did this in Photoshop and not in a program that helps you with vectors like Illustrator, because these don't look like true strokes or like true outlines. They kind of look like what happens whenever you like find a shape in Photoshop and expand that out. You use GIMP? Okay. It kind of looks like you took the select tool and then selected the shape and either expanded that out, or vice versa. You had the shape already and then you contracted that and then you drew the shape on the inside, because the corners don't really feel, this is too similar to this size right here. That's exactly what you did? Okay, yeah. Because like the corners look thicker than the rest of the stroke. So whenever you do this in a program like Illustrator, it's really, really good at keeping those strokes super clean and slightly changing the overall, not the roundness, the size of the inner corners to make sure it looks like, oh, okay, that's an actual outline to it, right? Secret paths being dashed lines, that's what everybody does. It's perfect. Yes, keep that going. We don't really need to like heavily innovate on a model that we know works well, you know? Locked and guarded being a plus or an X. So guarded, I think, is indicating that like these are going to be, there's like mobs in the way or something. It is highly unusual that you're ever going to be indicating something on a point crawl map on a pathway, right? Because what this is indicating is that these are connected by some means, not specifically like this is the exact geometry of the pathway, right? So like what you could do here is list these types of encounters as like, if you look at the template I provided, let me show you. Where is the guide? Thank you. Okay. So if you look at the guide that I provided here, I even show, you know, what Micah Anderson was doing on Bastards. Let's get zoomed up on that. So like, I would just indicate in your like room key, you know, hey, that's what this passage goes to, but by the way, it's locked. You know, like this one goes up to this area, but there's guards halfway down the hallway, right? Put that in the elements instead of the map, because most of the time as GMs are going to be reading this stuff, they're looking at the room elements, not the map, right? So like, even if you do both, it gets a little bit murky to put too much information on your, like, you know, your point crawl. If you look at this, like Peak of Woe, see what they're doing here? Secrets, tunnels, flooded. Flooded just indicates really clean and clear. These are the chambers that if you see some blue in it, those are flooded, right? The other ones, like, this is a very, very clean, bam, there's the point crawl, or sorry, there's the room on the map. Other than that, that's all the information it really needs. If you start doing more than this, it gets kind of busy, right? So I would say handle all that with your room element descriptions, encounters, passage, secret, things like that, right? Secrets as a passage are totally fine to indicate because we need to know that those do connect, but just giving the heads up of like, hey, this is the, you know, this is actually the secret right here. That's good practice, okay? So back over in here. One of the ways that you can do this, if you do pick up Illustrator, or I know that there's some Illustrator like alternates that aren't as expensive. I just couldn't recall what they are off the top of my head. If someone in chat knows, feel free to give a shout out there. But you're gonna really want to work with a vector program for doing stuff like this, because vectors just look better whenever you export them. You're gonna get high res like images, whereas over in Photoshop, the file size that's required to get a fraction of as close as you can get to this right here. Yeah, the Affinity Designer. Only thing with Affinity Designer is it still costs. There is an upfront payment, but I will say that that's the only payment you have to make, right? Photoshop, Illustrator, all this stuff is a subscription service. But I mean, I use this for work, so like it makes sense for me to do this because I need it for work. But if you can use like Affinity Designer, Vector, I'm not familiar with. Inkscape, okay. So chat, if you have any other suggestions, feel free to let me know. The free trial is a month long on Affinity Designer. You know, if I were able to get away from Adobe products and like spent the time, I mean, that would save me about like $100 a month. Construction paper and scissors is also completely legit, because no, for real, I want you guys to see something here. Hang on. I want you guys to see one of my favorite maps ever. And it's by Johan Noor. Where do I have this? Cool. Those of you that get silver and gold will be able to see this for yourselves. Okay. Into the Odds graphic design is like top tier. I really love Merkborg's, but I think Johan Noor's like masterpiece is this one right here. This book is absolutely fucking gorgeous, and all of it is like public domain art. Some minor tweaks that he's done to it and everything, but I'll show you guys the maps that he made. The Iron Coral. Here you go. This is Johan Noor's dungeon map. This is printed in the Into the Odd books. This is construction paper. This is post-it notes. This is scribbled on like ink. Like, this looks like something that was hastily thrown together, and it works so well. This is all you need. This is essentially just a point crawl. Point for point, we're not getting exact measurements of the rooms. This is an abstraction as to the space, right? That's what we're trying to do here, is keep it like open enough to where, and I've seen this kind of creep in a time or two whenever people are having discussions about, you know, what they're making for system neutral. There's a big hesitance I see a lot of people do whenever they're like, okay, but I need a grid. And it's like, no, you don't. Let the GM do that. You know, here's the general idea of the space that it occupies, right? And let it be its own thing, you know? And I'll actually, if you guys have some more layout questions, we're still getting the schedule like together, but I did hit up Johan Noor, and he will, I am hoping that we get this done by the jam, but he said that he has some availability to pop in and talk about layout sometime. So that's going to be fucking sick. Yeah. And I want to ask him about these maps in particular. I want to know what the hell he was doing on these. Yeah. Whenever we actually get everything solid, we were gonna do Friday, but I think he's not gonna be available until Sunday after all. Which is, you know, we'll be doing layout on that last day, right? But still, just like picking his brain on all that stuff, you know. I actually met him at Gen Con, and it was funny. We were walking into the con as he was walking to lunch, and he just like hits me on the shoulder and he's like, "Hey, I know you." I was like, "Oh shit." It took me a second, and then I saw like, you know, a crew of dudes going around with like, they were wearing what? Black denim? They were wearing like black denim jackets with like the Merkborg patches everywhere. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, the tornado. Yeah, the freight. Yeah, the black like denim jackets with the spiked shoulders and like combat boots, and I was like, oh, it's the Stockholm Cartel dudes. Okay, they were super cool guys. Uh, you literally spent 1 day's scanning literal trash to kit bash together an entry you think that I'll like. Hell yeah, yes, dude. They were gonna mork me. Yes, mork me more, baby. Um. Like, I love this. This is so fucking cool. I think that, like, he probably, like, you know, this construction paper, or is it bronze, maybe? Um, maybe it was just a chunk out of a, like, chunk out of a piece of artwork, right? This looks like an illustration that he did, like, of maybe some kind of a squid, or, like, just kind of muscly growth. Fucking cool, all right? Do stuff like this. Yeah, you don't have to be an absolute pro level cartographer, like, to make an appealing map. And I mean, but you know, Johan is an artist whenever it comes to this shit, right? So like, you can do very simple, brief concepts here. This guy is a real innovator. But what I love about what he did with Into the Odd and Merkborg is really showed people, like, you don't need a huge budget for, like, artists and years of training or whatever to make an appealing product like this. You know, these maps are fucking sick. So if this helps to inspire you guys for whatever it is you want to do, go for it. Like, I would love to see some weird ass maps that look like this. I would love to see point crawl maps. I would love to see whatever weird shit, right? Let's see it. Like, let's see that cool weird shit. Don't be bound by the idea that you have to have, like, tactical grid-based maps all the time. It's totally serviceable. There's nothing wrong with it, but enough GMs, I think, with time and everything, know how to read this stuff out. I think even intro GMs, if they're just told, like, that heads up, like, hey, the map, these are basically just showing you points and what will happen. Don't stress out about exact measurements. Just kind of draw a room where that should be, right? And just pay attention to the paths. That's it. You want to see another one that I'm like, people, please take a look at this. Where is this? Here. This is one of the best writers, like, for any TTRPG stuff right now. And one of the big innovators in this whole, like, system neutral movement going on. Oh, come on, where is this? Oh, because I've got it in a zip file. That's why it's not searching. Here we go. This is Nate Trim for Dogtooth Valley. I do not want anybody to be intimidated into thinking that, like, they can't enter something because they don't have, like, artistic talent or something like that, or they don't feel that way. I want you all to know this is one of my favorite things that anybody's, like, made in the RPG scene. And it looks like this. Okay. These are not incredibly detailed drawings. Okay. It's enough to convey the information. I know that this is a rocky bit of terrain, possibly mountains over here. Here's a forest, right? Okay, so these are mountains. These are hills. This may be a desert of some kind, a swamp, right? Grasslands, cake. That is some type of ruins. There's encounters that happen over here. There's a watchtower, some kind of a mound, maybe a cave. Here's a town. Here's a little tower, right? Like, this is sick. And then whenever you want to see, whenever, like, Nate Trim blah, 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 does dungeons, look at this. Guys, like, it doesn't have to be incredibly detailed, incredibly complex. Get away from the ideas of 5e maps needing to be so absolutely tactile, right? Like, we have to be able to give you these, like, 5 feet spaces to tell you exactly what all's going on in here. If I get back maps that are literally just, like, pieces of cardboard, like, glued onto a post-it note or whatever, cool, whatever. Is it this one? Where was this one? God, cyborgs are so fucking cool. Okay. Yo, how I've been? I'm pretty fucking good. We're talking about like one of my favorite things in the world today. Look at this. Cyborg maps. Right? Black, white. You don't see any grids on there at all. Because you don't need them. You don't. If you need to draw it out on the map because you really want to, go for it. But like this is for you to get an idea of the space, not like give exact measurements for like tactical combat, right? So, yeah. And in the big stream of thing, or the big, I guess, scheme of things, the overall size of a room, like if you get close to what's in the map, shouldn't really matter. Does it fit the monsters and stuff in there? Cool. Let it do that. But like, don't stress it so much about how the exact precise measurements of the rooms. Just let it be the space, and part of the fun of being a GM is being able to interpret that stuff and maybe even add stuff in if you want to, right? Well, we kind of leave these things a little bit sparse, so therein, if a GM is like, I want my party to have more treasure, then they can throw that stuff in there themselves, right? Or just scratch it out, whatever, right? Now, going back into the point crawl thing, so I'm making these with a bunch of shapes. I actually really do like a lot of what they were doing on the Peak of Woe map. If I was to guess how they were doing that, so like they had the shape, right? I like the water effect. So what I'm guessing they're doing there is probably like this. Okay, let's do 5. Okay. Hi, bud. What's the matter? You didn't come in here and do that all day. You're fine. I know, it's only like, I'll start streaming and then he starts getting like, oh, now I want attention. So, maybe it was something like this. And then, hang on. There's gotta be, that's right, I needed that. Okay, here. I got it. I know it. It was probably something like this. Right? And then let's go out here. Maybe. Sorry if you're new to my streams and it seems like, what the hell is this guy doing? Look, this is kind of per usual around here. Okay, cool. Now let's merge those with the Pathfinder. And then let's do that. Probably gets rid of that stroke. Thank you. And then let's go with the light blue. So then what they were doing is align that. Get rid of this in the middle, right? And then in order to make sure that it was clear, yeah, because this could cause some issues with color blindness. Make sure that that's clear. These all get an outline stroke. That is the same color of the background. Why is that not working? Is it too thick? That's weird. Why are you not working? Excuse me? Because you're taking the styles with it. That's right. But if we just do this right here, this should be normal. Well, I say normal. About as normal gets, all right? Something like that. Oh, I feel like such a noob. Why is this not allowing me to select that? There's enough space. How weird. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Something like this. Probably grab some of that. We swap. Uh-huh. Nope. Wait, that's the wrong way. Now it's too thin, right? Aha! There we go. Yeah, now that's clean and unified. Right, so that conveys like, hey, this room is flooded, you know? This is a very, very cake way to communicate these ideas. Now, as per the rest of your map, get back there. I would try to keep the numbers a little bit more centered, unified. Look for tabular lining. I think that these are tabular lined, but the different width and shapes and everything, this is usually a problem with like you know, editing this in GIMP. So like the violent entry, quiet entry thing, you don't really need to indicate these on the map. Just have that in the like room details. Try to keep this clean. I think that, you know, you were probably going for like some quirk and like charm to it, that we're really aiming for readability on this, you know. So unless you really, really have to have it as an element on here, I would aim to get rid of things like the locked and guarded and include those as elements in your room. Yeah, I hope that was helpful for what you were trying to get out of that. Now, all right, let's take a look at another. There are thousands and upon thousands of free vector game icon packs you can get out there. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's one that's entirely open source called like Game Icons Fonts or something. Yeah. The text boxes for all the numbers are all identical. The font is just difficult to make look lined up. Yeah, and this is more on the program. If once you start working with an illustrator like, it's a whole different ballgame because they do snapping really well. I'll show you what I mean. So, snapping. Photoshop has tried to do this, but like it handles text boxes in a different way. Like it's not really always lining it up super well. Now if I go over here to like Illustrator, we're working with points now, right? You see this like purple and like green line? This is showing that the program is trying to snap it to a point. So right now it's trying to align these to center, you see? So like that'll keep that one up there aligned, yada, yada, yada. It's also a lot better for like keeping all of my text super even, you know, and that just looks way more pro. Whenever you're also doing a point crawl, I should mention this as well. One of the things that you would really try to aim to do is something like this. But why is he doing that all of a sudden? Okay. So we want to give it enough room, but right. Okay. I'm just going to come up with a bunch of room numbers here. Bud, what's the deal? You are okay. Did you just want pets? He just went like, oh, and then like came up right next to me and was like, okay, yes, my attention now. Hi, bud. I know, and you're dirty too. You need a fucking bath is what you need. So let's see this. Let's say that there may be a path right? Going out from over here. Sure. See, it's also trying to help me keep things aligned. Did you say if he needs to go out, maybe? Let's do this. Oh, come on. Here we go. Now, let's just say 5. Okay. So what we're going to do is take our lines. So you see how they're more or less kind of aligned to a grid here, right? They're keeping a uniform sort of pattern between each. We want to keep this distance samey. We're not really worried about showing an exactness of the distance between these two areas. It's more so that we want to give the loose abstract idea for how this thing will flow, right? So let's make some paths here. Right, we can do that. Align that to that point. So yeah, see, I think if you're working with, if you're thinking about doing point crawls, you probably really want to be looking into Illustrator more so than working with a Photoshop like. Right? So let's say 4 also can lead to 5. Because we're going to need something to connect those two. Okay. And then let's say 1 has an entry to 3. Boop. So 1 has an entry to 3, but 3 doesn't really have a super clear entry to 5, but there's a secret entrance for some reason. Ooh. Right. There we go. Let's do 5. A. Okay, so we can see that. Now we can do this up here. Because sure, why not? I don't know what the layout of this is going to be, but we have enough of an abstraction to see, like, hey, this is what the space is going to be like. Okay. And take note. How long are we doing this? How long have we been doing this one particular map here? Like, maybe an hour? And most of that was just fiddling around with figuring out our color palette. Look at that. Right? And let's say that one of them is flooded. Am I going to mention about master styles and how you change one, how you change them all, or is that too advanced to touch upon yet? I would just do surface level skimming right now. Like, yeah, surface level skimming and all that. Best to move on? Oh, no. I would like to cover point crawls a little bit here. But we're wrapping this up now. So if we wanted to say that one of these was flooded, you know. Yeah, just start using the tool sets. Bingo, bango. Let's get this down. Yep. There. See? That's how easy it is to make one of these point crawl maps. You can do this like pretty cake. And because it's all uniform, it just looks a lot nicer. It's easier to read. And try to avoid a lot of these branching paths that do things like this right here. See, like, right? I think that you were trying to convey that there was a hallway here, but don't get that in deep with it. See what you can do to keep these aligned, align them to a grid, kind of like what I was saying. And yeah, I think that this should help out with your readability. So, yeah. Now, for the next one, we have Escape from Kobold Keep by Conrad. I'm so sorry, but you've got to see your last name and just know that, like, us Americans, This makes our tongue paralyzed. Okay. But thank you, Conrad. The players have been imprisoned by kobolds. Unbeknownst to the local townsfolk and adventurers, kobolds had taken up residence in the nearby ruins of an ancient castle. Now the players find themselves prisoners in the kobold keep. The earth is damp beneath their feet. The only torch that illuminates the prison is next to the bucket of excrement, and the kobold guards keep humming the same tune beyond the rusty gates. The place sucks. This place sucks. To find your way out, you'll need to get back your stuff, get past the kobolds, and open the portcullis to escape Kobold Keep. Okay, so some of this stuff could be, like, while it's up here in your description, here we go. This feels like the kind of thing that should be handled as a, like a meta description, right? Like, you'll see, let me pull up. Sure. This is Holy Mountain Shaker by Luca Rijek. I think it might be Reject. Factions entering the mountain. Yep. Where is Point Crawl Adventuring? Area descriptions. Now there should be. That is a. We're still in the hex crawl. Hang on. There's an actual dungeon in here, I thought. Am I wrong on that? I could be wrong on that. Let me pull up Adventure Anthology real quick. One sec. Okay. See you, Malinowski. Poll names rise up. Okay. So you see, like, general notes here at the very beginning. Construction. Limestone blocks, damp, dust, cobwebs, rat droppings, giant rats, and centipedes have burrowed small, half-foot or less tunnels through the walls, allowing them to scuttle through most rooms. Lighting. Apart from magical lighting in Draxus's inner workshop, areas 14 to 17, the laboratory is unlit. If you do this right here, it also could give you something to reference back to. Like just making a point later on, like in the rooms, you know, yeah, this general note up here, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't keep referencing room descriptions, you know, over and over and over again, whenever something is like just kind of a general, that's a characteristic of the dungeon, right? And I also wouldn't really do that up here in your main descriptor text. This should be the like hook. This should be the real throw you in and go like, bam, well, okay, what are we doing right now, right? As an example on that, let's go back up here. That same adventure. By the way, the Jeweler's Sanctum, I've run this one like 3 or 4 times now. This is a fucking awesome 5-room dungeon. Perfect, absolutely perfect 5-room dungeon. Jeweler's Sanctum. Jesum, grandson of the renowned jeweler-magician Draxus, is troubled by inexplicable sounds from his grandfather's sealed laboratory below the old family mansion. Scratching, squeaking, giggling, screaming, even a humming tune. He has posted a notice of adventurers wanted to enter the laboratory and clear out the lingering dangers. As the family's fortune has been depleted, Jesum can offer no reward, but allows explorers to keep any treasures they find in the laboratory. He believes it still contains piles of gold ingots and precious stones, in addition to deadly traps and magical guardians placed to deter thieves. 3 days ago, a dwarf adventurer named Auric ventured inside. After about an hour, he screamed, didn't answer Jesum's calls, and never reemerged. Okay, so nothing about that describes the like characteristics of the dungeon, other than it's below this, like where it is, right? It's in this laboratory below the old family mansion. That's all it is. Everything else is just the hook, right? We're getting the hook. Why are the characters possibly compelled to get in here? That's it. Drop that. Leave all of your other descriptions of like what the actual space itself feels like into your room elements and into like meta, you know, general notes like something like this right here, right? Because otherwise the kind of intro text feels like this is the only spot where I kind of feel like, is this necessary, right? Yeah. This place sucks is funny to keep in there. Now, I like what you've done with Dungeon Scrawl here. I like what you were able to kind of make work out, even with, yes, the Google Doc. Well done. Okay, very clean, clear. I can see everything that's going on. Yep. Okay, so the Cobalt Prison. All right. So already, just from looking at this at a skim. Okay. Okay. I'm looking for what seems to be mechanical text and what seems to be like necessary for this area up in here. So this area up in here should be a at a glance sort of like sight readable sentence or two, right? In the old, if you look at a bunch of the like old school edition stuff, like basic expert level, this old, there's a lot of overwriting that went into these books that we have since tried to simplify dramatically. That got very loud. We have since tried to simplify because you want to be able to sight read this stuff pretty cake, and it saves you some page bloat, you would like more than one way to escape from the initial first cell. The crawl way is cool, but you want more. Okay, well, let's take a look in here. Heavy iron bars enclose the cell, which contains the players, three bunk beds, a bucket for excrement, and a lit torch. A lone sleepy kobold leans on their spear on the other side of the iron bars. The key to the cell jingles on their belt buckle. Investigation reveals two loose rocks, which can be manipulated to either reveal one tiny passage to the north, or to collapse the northern portion of the room, mangling the cell bar grillage and allowing escape. Okay. So, I don't think you're trusting the players enough to come up with their own ideas here. I think that what you've got here is like, it kind of reads like you're dangling so many carrots in front of them that they're just always going to be like, oh, well, of course we're going to do that, right? Instead, you want to kind of test their ingenuity a little bit. A lot of this seems like, okay, so we're going to give you the answer for how you get out of here. So there's a sleepy kobold guard that leans on their spear on the other side of the iron bars. Okay, so this could be handled in a couple different ways. I think one of the easy cake ways is like, oh, well, he's asleep, then we're going to try to figure out a way to get it off of his belt buckle or something like that. Druid, you want to wild shape into a rat and go and grab that real quick? Whatever, right? So, like, you could even say, like, sleepy kobold guard leans on the spear on the other side of the iron bars. I always try to think about, like, what happens with yes and if I keep arming them with stuff like this. Not really assuming that the thing is telling you, no, you can't do this. So anytime I'm writing a room description, I'm like, this is something I am giving players to fuck with, right? This is something I am giving them, not necessarily to be like, well, this could be your answer. More like, yeah, why does your answer work, A problem I had is dungeon being hard to enter. Tell me, how would you get past a formaldehyde waterfall? How would I get past a formaldehyde waterfall? I guess I'm not extremely up on... I mean, it sounds like a chemical. Okay, formaldehyde, what does that do to you? Why does it have to be a formaldehyde waterfall? Colorless, toxic, and flammable gas. So wait, it's a gas? No, it is a colorless liquid. Liquid. Blah, blah, blah. I guess, like... I mean, they would probably try to find a way. Is formaldehyde corrosive? It can also be a liquid. A problem... yeah, like... Oh, you are supposed to get it off your hands. Oh, no, it can be corrosive. I guess I didn't know. I guess I don't really know why specifically it needs to be, formaldehyde. Or like if that's the thing that you're sold on, like why that, is it specific to a thing that is going to ultimately reveal something interesting further within the dungeon? Like, that might be a bit too much of a gimme. I think I like the Sleepy Kobold mainly because of the visual. Its freezing point is lower than the coldest natural temperature on Earth. So I guess is that going to be kind of keyed into, like, why... I guess why this would be necessary for formaldehyde to be a thing? The cult is an embalming cult. Okay. So then it sounds like kind of cool that, like, the character of it is, this is formaldehyde, and that's why they worship this space, is because this is a holy place that is, like, we preserve our dead to push them onto the next afterlife, and therein we have this endless supply of a preservative like this that just, like, seemingly flows from out of nowhere. That's kind of cool. Like, okay, sick. Maybe, like, mummies and shit are involved with all that? Yes, more mummy adventures, please. Those are cool. Always cool. For as cool as mummies are for, like, a monster, that we don't get them, like, ever in dungeon adventures. Like, yeah. And then whenever we do, it's like people will throw them in a pyramid, and they're like, haha, get it? Egypt. And it's like, okay, but come on. Like, mummies can be so much more. One of my favorite ones was, I think AJ Pickett told me about this, was the idea that mummies are, like, the reason why they have things like magic resistance and everything isn't just because they're, like, mummies and they went through this ritual. No, it's because the mummy wrappings are actually, like, spell scrolls. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, that's super cool. What the shit? He's like, yeah, like Death Ward. And I was like, oh, what the shit? That's so goddamn cool. Like, so if you think about the process of mummification and, like, how expensive it would be to wrap someone in, like, inscribed spell scrolls, and that's the reason why, like, they're able to curse shit, and they're able to, like, dude, mummies could be so fucking dope. But yeah, more often than not, they're reduced to the Scooby-Doo, like, not like, this is not a lich, but it's a fucking mummy lord, yes, that's sick, right? Trying to find reasons why they shouldn't be in a pyramid. You wouldn't think spell scrolls, but, like, more like spiritual talismans, so cool idea. Like, yeah, stash them somewhere with, like, magic items. Oh, shit. Like, what other undead can you think of? Maybe, like, vampires and liches that are tied into magic items like that, right? Whereas, like, with a mummy, it's like, we can give you a taste of that, like, without throwing whole hog a lich at you, Mummies are eternal guardians, much like sphinxes or nagas. Yeah, I think you can go with that route, too. Sphinxes, to me, I think I talked about this yesterday a whole lot. I think the sphinxes are so nerfed in their depiction in D&D for what they really could be. I can't help it. I love sphinxes so much more as the idea of they are this, like, all-knowing godhead figure, rather than a, like, I'm a lion that has a man's face on it. Rawr! Like, and no. There's a million different monsters in D&D that are just lion with human head. Manticore, right? I said millions, and now immediately I put pressure on my fucking self here. Lamia? Is that it? Lamia? Okay, look, there's at least 2 other ones, alright? Oh, and by the way, sorry, this was another thing I kind of recognized in here. This is a big part of the reason why I generally try to avoid keys. I think anytime I start seeing keys pop up in dungeons, I immediately think that this person has a lot of influence from video games, which is fine. And that we're not, like, TTRPG designer, like, pros or anything here. But one of the things that I would say is try to avoid what happens in the over-reliance on a key to get through an obstacle. One of the big things, a big tip, is whenever you're doing any kind of an adventure writing thing here for a TTRPG, don't put stalls. Don't put obstacles in the way of whatever it is that you're writing. This is such an important thing. I put it as a I put it in as a tip in quest writing for Vagabond. Keys, look, in a video game where characters they must obey this logic right here, keys make sense as things to gate things off. But whenever we're in a TTRPG, the moment that they have a rogue that has a single lockpick, the rogue is going to try to lockpick it. So this isn't a worry for you as much as it should be a freeing idea. Instead of thinking about, like, they're in a locked cell, the worst thing that you could do to possibly try to contain a D&D party is put them in a prison cell. Like, they're going to have so many things at their disposal. The way that, like, TTRPG play just sort of works out, if you're relying on them doing maybe roleplay or investigation to get out of this thing, sure, they could do that, but, like, also, what's to keep the barbarian just from saying, like, for the next hour, I punch at the fucking wall, you know, like, or I bend the bars or something like that. So instead of going for these, like, I roll to succeed over and over and over again, maybe try to think of, like, okay, so we start in this prison cell, right? This isn't necessarily always a bad start, but I'm like, if they start in a or at least a kobold-guarded prison cell, look, these bars, I guess we have to kind of explain why they would get captured, right? So we just sort of have, you've been captured. Okay, but how, right? Maybe thinking about the how behind what caused them to get imprisoned. Would they be in the cell recovering from, I don't know, some kind of poison they got hit with? You know, this could be a decent start. It's just not the kind of start that I tend to opt for. Because one of the things that we're doing here is, like, you know, power fantasy, right? And one of the things that players immediately don't really like is being punished for something they had no say in, like, they had no agency over. And this is going to feel a bit like a punishment, you know? So with the cage itself, I would start looking at, like, okay, so you gave them a key. You gave them a secret passageway. Rocks, we can just sort of assume that a rock would be, like, here in the, like, in the cell. A lit torch, like, in their prison cell? I mean, I would think that most prisoners, most guards wouldn't really be putting torches in the prison cell, because then the prisoner could just set the jail on fire. Prison cell key. So, okay. This reveals a number of loose rocks. Loosening the rock reveals a tiny passage. Small hole reveals a narrow dirt passage that can fit a tiny creature. About midway point is the passage of the small dirt. Okay. You find a piece of cheese. And then this could get you, I guess, rats? Okay, so we have 3 rooms that you've now... We have 3 spaces that you've now kind of occupied here for getting out of this cell. And... I think you were writing it for an audience of newer DMs, and with the start like a prison cell, you kind of already sign up for this, but this is why I think this is why I didn't think it was so punishing. It's more of a perception thing. In all the times that I've ever, like, run a TTRPG session, I think that saying anything about, like, you've been thrown in a prison cell, it doesn't really have good play feel. Like, you could do stories like this, but, like, I think the more exciting ones are, like, you're inside of a dungeon that is now falling the fuck apart and you have to figure out how to get out. That, to me, is more exciting than you've been captured and all your shit's been taken away and you've got to get it back and get out of this prison, right? And I think I guess practically, the two are essentially the same concept, right? But the narrative is different. there's a prison break that's happened. You've kind of been arbitrarily punished here because the story necessitated it. If people are up for that, like, you know, prison escape adventure, cool, do it to it. But wait, suggest obstacles, don't suggest roles or resolutions. Yeah. A good GM knows to request a role only when it adds interest or drama. Yep. Also, the burden of a resolution is on the PC, not the GM. Exactly. Right? A lot of this feels like it's coming up with all the potential solutions for this instead of just giving you the problem. Like, exactly what Ken is saying, you know? So, like, whenever we're creating an adventure, don't try to account for a bunch of different answers. Try to come up with interesting problems. That's always the way more fun route. Because what you're doing there is you're giving the players an invitation to figure out how to resolve this problem. And more often than not, like, this is brought to you by the D&D Adventure Out of the Abyss. Yeah, there's a reason why no one puts that in their top 10. Kobolds make the key something that they can do easily, but the players can't. The kobolds are immune to acid, and the key is made inside of an ochre jelly. Something like that. You know, or I mean, if they're in this prison cell, like, I think that this is even a factor in like one of JVC Perry's adventures, where in Shore of Dreams, which I actually really do like that one, there is an element of you getting imprisoned. Like, this is handled very well, because what it is, this imprisonment is actually advancing the story along in a way that doesn't require fast travel. And the way that you get imprisoned is more so that they kind of assume, I guess spoilers for that one, they either assume that you guys died by the poison and you're just getting stashed away in a pile of corpses, or if I remember right, you get stashed in a prison, but it's like, it's so slipshod that like you can just bust out of it. And it's not like there's a whole deal there, right? You get taken somewhere else, not you are restrained somewhere else. Yeah, this is like Out of the Abyss. I would highly suggest that, like, it might sound like this is a cool angle to go with, for like, we got imprisoned and now we have to bust out. I would try to resist that temptation. Particularly with TTRPG play, this tends to have a bad play feel. Because players are being punished for a thing that they didn't really have any agency in, right? And just the vibe of, like, you've been thrown into a prison, and, you know, now we're kind of creating this issue of, we're coming up with all the different solutions for the problem and throwing them in front of you right there. So, you had a ton of ideas early with it, but once, but you had to go with something. Ultimately, you went with Prison Break because it had a theme in mind, and that's related to it. You know, you could also do, like, what if there's, like, a collapse? The players go to investigate this cave, and don't realize that the floor is weak in this certain area, and the floor gives out, and they find themselves in the middle of a prison cell, right? And it's guarded by... Now, what you have is you don't have the first off, like, well, now they have to go and they have to find their equipment. You completely overcome one of the big bad feels we know about, like, TTRPG play. It's not saying don't ever destroy equipment, don't ever whatever. It's just a matter of, like, whenever you're already removing agency, to also remove their equipment like that without them really kind of signing on board with that, it can lead to some ick, you know. The king is a tyrant in prison for the party for... oh, wait, that's... okay, wait, that wasn't for Conrad. Like... I'm trying to think of another one. Could be that... It just always tends to be that, like, prison break ones are a bit rough. Especially if we're doing this with system neutral. One of the things that you just kind of have to know in going and designing your problems is saying, like, look, Druid has wild shape. There are all kinds of systems in which players can do some pretty wacky stuff. So the easier thing to handle there is just to give the problem instead of detailing a bunch of the different answers, because trust me on this, the players will come up with an answer. It is bound to happen. If you want a really good reference for this sort of mindset here, How to Write Adventure Modules That Don't Suck by Goodman Games has this whole talk about how adventure writing like this has to be, it's a different type of art form than, you know, script writing or painting or whatever, any sort of literature that we're writing. Because we're writing something that is a prompt, just enough to give you a problem and make the problem make sense as to how it connects to the other problems. Yeah, the players will always come up with a solution that you don't think of anyways. Exactly, yeah. It's also important to account for systems where they can't use magic. Sure, but, like, I tend to just kind of go, like, I come up with the problem, and the DM should know by reading it as to whether or not, like, it'll vibe for them, or if it's going to fit with the kind of system that they want to run, you know? Okay, so, again, I would say focus more on coming up with the interesting problems, not the bevy of solutions for the problem that you already kind of came up with. Because this can also lead to the GM suddenly being like, there's also a key, and then there's a loss of tension behind why they even got imprisoned, you know? They're always going to be like, well, I guess we have to get that key off that kobold then, huh? And it's not a like, do we see, like, is there anything around that I'm seeing right now? Maybe, like, what do I have on me? Could I maybe fashion out, like, all my shoes? Do I have a buckle? Could I, like, fashion a lockpick out of that buckle? You know, yeah. Now, you wholly agree on the players will come up with a solution, though, like getting past it around the high water. Yeah, yeah. Okay, small jail cell 2A. Starving kobold, 1 hit point is found in this cell. He will accept any food and will be willing to join in breaking once freed. Starving kobold, kobold ally is freed. Okay, so you don't really need to put this secret in here. I guess the encounter is fine. I might move this down here. Starving kobold, easily swayed to be an ally if given any food. Yeah, something like that. And you can get rid of the secret here. You save yourself 3 lines right there. Wet jail cell. This jail cell contains a large puddle on the ground, clearly containing a gooey key and a dagger. The puddle is a flesh-eating slime. The slime hides until someone is close and attacks. The slime can be put to sleep by humming the song hummed by the guards during patrol. That's cute. Okay. Now, I would say flesh-eating slime, move this down here into the encounter, because that's the big important thing. The puddle is a flesh-eating slime. That's all good. You're going to have that bolded. I would have the bolding be the name of this metadata, or meta tag right here. Flesh-eating slime is the encounter, and that's why I did put the symbols, but it seems like they're not exporting the PDF very well. So the flesh-eating slime would be bolded. That would be your encounter. That would cue you down to go look down here. Okay, yeah. And then the vision and terrain being darkness. I do like to have these as refreshers in a way, but I can see how some people would say, let's put it like up in your meta, description. I keep referencing them. I think it's fine, but I guess just be aware it could add to your page count, Dungeon corridors, we are in 3. Right here. A kobold guard patrols these mossy halls, carrying a master cell key that opens every cell door. He also hums a melody that soothes the flesh-eating slime. Kobold guard, okay. Dim lighting, okay. Passage, prison cells. Okay, so these, I actually like to vary the arrows. Here, I'll pull up. So this is what I do with Vagabond's adventures. And I'm not saying that I have the absolute right way to do it. Okay. Okay, here you go. So this is what I'm doing whenever I'm doing Vagabond's adventures. So you see how like these are indicating a direction for where this like passage is? That's just corresponding to like what direction they would need to go as it would be indicated on a map in order to like go to this new area, right? This also helps out a lot with like sight readability and theater of the mind if they just don't really have a map in front of them, right? They don't have to go and look through the whole room description to see what all is going on. They're just seeing like, okay, the arrow, this thing is to the south, right? Cool, cake, easy. I like even here on the maps, right? So like here's the this goes down into the lighthouse beacon right here. This means that from the lighthouse commons, they can go up to 7 right there, and see how I just put locked. You can put that. Encounters, I make sure that I really try super hard to make sure that if it's highlighted or like it's bolded, this needs to have a description in here somewhere. Let's go down here, right? Like a dresser. This is what's this is what's in the dresser. If they decide to go look for it, you don't have to say like, oh, well, if they look inside the dresser, there's this diary right here. No, because you've done the bolding and you cue it down to like here, this tells you what's in there, right? I just personally love this kind of format for adventures and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So I would try to get your arrows kind of synced up with the passage that they're going to, right? Wait, let me see here. Escape from Cobalt Keep. Okay. With problems. There we go. So come up with problems, not answers. Prison breaks can tend to have some bad play feel for removing agency from the get-go, especially when a group of capable fighters, let's just say warriors, is overtaken by something much smaller, such as kobolds. Okay. Key and lock based. Would we call this a puzzle? I guess. There we go. Key and lock based progression can always be subverted. Don't put up boundaries. What's the right thing for this? Don't put up boundaries. Put up gates. There you go. I'm gonna copy paste your name because there is no way I can remember that last one. But thank you, Conrad. I'm not done with this just yet. I'm just remembering I need to actually do all this in the takeaway doc. Let's see, 4, 5, sure. See the VOD for a tutorial on point crawl layout in use a vector editing software for point crawl maps, not Photoshop likes. Cool. All right. Now let's go back down. Call it gating. All right. Now, equipment storage, dagger. This should probably indicate an area that would open, is what I would think. And in terms of thinking about like the 5-room dungeon structure, I guess the Guardian is, in order for them to get into the dungeon proper, they have to do the prison break. And I guess that's what, that's kind of where the structure that's at right now. And we're kind of jumping in on the interaction right now. But, so I don't know that the Guardian that you have here is absolutely coming through quite yet. Because we've kind of jumped straight into the interaction side of it, right? We don't really have this, like, what's the thing that prevented us from getting in the first place? Or, you know, I guess you could say literally it's the jail cell itself that's the Guardian. And this is the thing that prevents us from progressing. But I sort of feel like we're already sort of thrown in here, right? So, I guess, yeah, I mean, again, I guess we could literally say, yeah, the iron bar's keeping them in at first. Then the interaction is the door to room 5. At least that's how you conceptualized it. Okay. Whistle of rat calling, calls a friendly swarm of rats. Yep, I love whenever there's like some magic item descriptions that are just something very simple like this. I love that so much, because it's like, okay, what does it do? Sure. And once you get away from like 5e kind of mindset, stuff like this is just like, okay, yeah, that's what that does. All right. Like, you're not really so concerned about like things being precise, like balancing points and metrics and whatnot. It's just like, that's the story. That's what's going on. That's funny. Like, let it happen, you know, or like, that's cool. Let it happen. Right. Yeah. So the secrets right here, I would say that this is all text that could go into items, right? So like you have the item description here. This could actually be like a sidebar, or maybe even something listed at the end of it, where it's like, what is the whistle of rat calling? It calls a friendly swarm of rats. Cool. Got it. Like, yeah. So like they have a lot of toys to play with in this room, and then you get to the last 2 rooms on this floor is like where you get like the twist. So that still sounds like the interaction in a way, maybe? A little bit, like the twisted setback. Maybe? Cobalt Guard patrols the mossy halls. Okay, so we have that. Let me see here. Equipment storage. So this is where they get all their equipment back, I'm guessing. Or some of the equipment. Oh, items, starting equipment, whatever, various loot. Okay, so set of, okay. The equipment storage contains a number of boxes covered in spider webs. The webs contain harmless spiders. The boxes are filled with enough materials to scrounge out a set of starting equipment and various loot. Okay. So whatever their starting equipment was, I kind of dig that idea. Rope, pythons, daggers, short swords, stabs, an arcane foci, robes, leather armor, backpacks, crowbars. Okay. Okay. Passage. Yeah, kind of the same critique on that right there. I would say the area that it goes to should be indicated for the meta tag, not the not the literal like passage, right? Prison hall. Yeah, they should have all their equipment whenever they want from the items listed. Gotcha. A number of terrified kobolds huddle in the corner of this room. They only attack if attacked, are willing to speak, and remain passive unless convinced of the action, save versus charm. Boom, move this down into your encounters right there. Number of kobolds huddle into this room. All that down there. It is usually always assumed that if it's in the stat block, that creature has it on them, right? Only in the case that you go like, they don't have any equipment, do we assume that they don't have that stuff. So you could probably get rid of like this right here. They can be roused to take up arms against their chieftain or directed another course of action to commence. This is something that, this is a social interaction here. You might say that, like, because they're terrified, the reaction roll has a bonus to it, maybe, or they are easily swayed to become, allies. This would be like a +3 to the reaction roll to make sure that it's a little bit higher. Maybe even getting it out of ever going hostile territory, right? I think the modifier for that is like you do a +6, and if it's a +6 that prevents them from ever going hostile, it just allows you to, like, even if you roll like a 6, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, no, we want to, like, we'll fight to the death for you. Are you kidding me? You're awesome, Living quarters. Rusted hinges greet entrance into the room filled with bunk beds. 1d4 kobolds are in this living quarters. This, you could probably get rid of the die roll and put it down here. Tending to wounds or minor chores. Okay. So is there a reason why you have the die roll to determine how many are in here instead of just saying there's like 3 kobolds in here? Because with these types of rolls, we tend to avoid putting quantity rolls like this in scripted encounters, right? We can account for how many are definitely going to be in there on a scripted encounter, and it's not a big issue. But like rolling up 1d4 kind of randomly all of a sudden, this is the sort of thing that we typically only see in wandering monster stuff, right? No, you're just going to change the 3 kobolds, you're feeling it. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess that's just kind of like a best practices. Keep enemy quantity rolls to just wandering monster tables. There you go. Environment dangers. Was this a copy paste that just kind of got left behind, maybe? The kobold lodging contain 3 daggers, 1 master cell key, total sets of kobold clothes. Each kobold holds a dagger, set of kobold clothes, and a kobold trinket that is precious to them. Okay. You know what you could do here? I think this is the 2nd or 3rd master cell key you've had. So why not let any key work with this? Like, this is just like a funny kind of thought out there, right? First draft woes, 8. Don't worry about it. Trust me, whenever I put out Vagabond, I get about like 30 different pings about errors on every single passage. So I got you there. So what I think could be kind of funny with this is like kobolds. Look, they might have like the ingenuity or whatever, but they're really bad at it, right? So like that's the kind of charm that comes with like kobold-based adventures. So like, why not make it to where like any key that's used in these locks would work, because they're really shitty locks, right? It's like, well, it does what it would want to do, but like any key works with it. Just something goofy like that, because you've done a couple of these master cell keys that are in here, and like you got like a GUI cell key, something like that. Or yeah, GUI key, master cell key, prison cell key, or the master cell key. This starts to get a little bit tracking heavy, where now suddenly we've got 3 types of keys all of a sudden. And I would just say, like, maybe the character of the key doesn't really matter a whole lot. That's just like a flavor thing. And maybe make the keys of a different flavor. You have the GUI key. Hilarious. Okay, why is it GUI? Who really wants to know that, right? But maybe one of them has a key made of bone. Another one has a key that is made out of stone. Another one has a key and they're all alone. I don't know. Sam I am. But like, have these different keys, and the character of the key, it doesn't really matter which key they use. You know, let them kind of stumble on this like, oh, they're just shitty locks. Gotcha. Okay. And then maybe they'll find out that like, wait, because they're really shitty locks, what if we just start smashing them? Let that work too, you know? It's usually always a lot more fun if it's like, well, there's a lock here. And then the players are like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to smash it. And you're like, cool, go for it. Oh, you broke it. Yeah, it was a really bad lock, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Paint the keys different colors and the locks different doors. They all work in ENnie. Yes, thank you, ENnie. And then whenever they realize that, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Come on. Like, that's awesome. I love that. I love that. Maybe the keys are one use and you'll just throw more of them in there. I don't even think you need to do that. Like, it's kind of funny if they just get the key and it's like, this is kind of a freeing exercise here, right? So like, don't think, because like with TTRPG dungeons, the dungeons that really stand out are the ones that embrace improv as much as possible, right? Like, keep that open-ended, you know, because the players are going to make it open-ended no matter what you try to do. So like, the more of these guardrails you put up and like, you need to go down this particular path to do it, doesn't really survive the table. And this can create a bit of anxiety whenever we're running it as a GM that just doesn't need to be there. But whenever you start embracing the idea that this is the kind of stuff that like improv will just sort of make work out, the dungeons start to like, your mind will expand. You just took shrooms and you're peering behind the veil of reality, right? Like, you're really understanding the art form of it whenever like you stop building around the idea of they need to go to this point first and then this point right here, bing, bang, boom, right? I think at 2 a.m. at some point you just went into video game mode. Oh, trust me, it's a habit. It is a habit because most all of us, our big influences that got us into game design was from video games, you know. You learn so much here and you're already applying some of the stuff to freeing up the dungeon mind. You hit some. Oh, that's awesome to hear. Thanks, Lord Keeper Rue. Now, yeah, so like your environment, allow it to speak a bit more. Hang on, into allow your environment to speak to the character of the monsters. Okay. Key-based dungeon crawling tends to not survive practical play. Players will... I think I said this the other day on Twitter. It was like the most that you're ever going to see whenever you give someone a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, is in TTRPGs. I was talking about this yesterday, where like in every combat encounter, what's a ranger going to want to do? Climb on shit, get the high ground. Like, okay, well, that's because we gave them a hammer and everything looks like a nail, right? What does barbarian want to do? I want to rage and I want to run up in the front line. They were given a hammer, every enemy is a nail, right? In a dungeon crawl, whenever someone takes a rogue and they take lockpicks, they're not going to be thinking, I want to find the key. They're going to be thinking, every hammer is a fucking nail, you know? So like every single lock that they find, they're going to be trying to use their lockpicks to break that lock. Even if they keep fucking up their lockpicks, they're going to go like, I'm going to keep on trying because I'm the goddamn rogue. That's what I'm supposed to do. So like, don't fight that, you know? That is player intuition into what they want to do. They want to pick the lock. Those systems that you're writing for have rules for lock picking. I promise you, they do. So like, let that system handle it. This key is locked, or this one is locked, right? But then they need doors, those doors, don't they? But then they need those doors, don't they? Hang on. Where's this result? You just need to learn how to make those damn doors more interesting. Yeah, sometimes it's just making them weird, too, is like a really good thing. One of my favorite descriptions I've heard of a door was, it was moaning. And I was like, fuck that, no. No, like, if you're going to tell the rogue, like, oh yeah, you can lockpick it, it screams in ecstasy. They're like, no! Like, oh, yeah. There's like, if they want to lockpick the door, why not like, if there's like two statues out in front of it, right? As soon as anybody approaches the door, the statues turn. And then it's like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna spend the time trying to lockpick that shit. Are you kidding me? Like, you know, that's the fantasy fun. Not the like, go find the key, open the door, get to the progress to the next point, find the key over here, right? This is very, very, very Zelda dungeon. However, Skyrim also has this big problem. But they're video games, so they get a pass because that's the medium that we choose to engage with there. So they're great for that. But they're not, this isn't really a great philosophy for TTRPG dungeon design, right? You gotta like expand your mind on this and just be like, I'm giving you jungle gym, right? Not swing set. We don't want seesaw. We don't want something that has specific rules to engage with it. We want something that is like, this is a piece to be crawled, right? Like, literally, dungeon crawl, you know? You want to know a great resource? Oh, you want to know a great resource you could share? The Soccer Cartel podcast episode on dungeon design. I did not know they were doing a podcast. I'm looking for that right now. Does every toilet need a dungeon? Oh, that's awesome. Wow, Skull Fungus. Yeah, Skull Fungus, Johan Noor. Okay, yeah, Cartelian Clamor. It's only on Apple, though. Is it only available on Apple? Graphic design, yeah, talking with Johan Noor. Cyborg campaign structure, dungeon design. Does every dungeon need a toilet? Or does every toilet need a dungeon? Here, I'll copy the link. Those of you that have, yeah, those of you that have Apple. It is on Spotify? Dude! Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, they haven't uploaded for a year, but like it's the Stockholm Cartel guys, which like, dude, they're sponsoring this stream, right? They gave us a lot of cool shit. These guys know what the hell they're talking about, and like, I mean, look, if you're listening to me talk on this, and you're like, wow, Taron's either really smart or the dumbest man alive. Those guys are like certifiably experts. They're like pioneers in this shit. Okay. Yeah, Cartelian Clamor. And it's over on Spotify. That is so funny here. I'm just gonna copy that. And I'll post it up in here for whoever wants to go check that one out. Okay. Thank you for that suggestion. I'm gonna listen to that immediately after we're done here. Schrodinger's smartest, that's dumbest, yeah. Okay. How'd I get tagged in? Oh, okay. I was gonna try to get Wally in on this because Wally is an awesome puzzle designer. Okay, cool. Now, God, these allergies are just, you know, if you ever thought that like your eyes get watery whenever you've got allergies and everything and that's bad, if you don't have an eye in that socket, it's 10 times worse. So if you see me over here like wiping this, yeah, it's just, dude, it's rough. All right. Okay. So I think a lot of my like critiques about, you know, key and gate based design are kind of, this whole thing up here would probably need to be a little bit rethought. So I'm kind of skimming to see where we get our next phase of this, right? So the living quarters, this is where some of the, okay, so then we go to the courtyard, right? Or, because we had the scared kobolds. Yeah. Oh, wait. Contains a large puddle on the ground and clearly a gooey key. Yes, we read through that. Corridors, yes. Prison hall. Frightened kobolds, there we go. Okay, doing minor chores. 3 daggers, set of clothes. Okay, so we don't need to get super specific as to what all the monsters... Oh my god, why am I hiccuping so much? what all the monsters have on them. If it comes up, kind of let them play that out. You know, like, yeah, trust them that they're going to be able to do that. Don't think that you have to cover everything like it's a loot table in Skyrim or something like that. Going up, right? So 5 goes living quarters. Okay, so we bust out of the prison. We go up over here, potentially go up and maybe interact with the kobolds, and then we go to the courtyard. The courtyard, double check your stairs. Because this would indicate that these stairs are going down, which would mean that these need to show that they're coming up. Or wait, no, wait, you're right. Hold up. Down. I needed to double check the stairs. Okay, these are going down, which means these are coming from up on top. Okay, I don't know why that would seem so backwards to me. You're right. You're right. My bad. You guess the door to room 5 is the last locked one, and then they see the kobolds and the story shifts. So the story shifts because they're so we have the twist coming up here. Bunk beds. Okay, so here I'm guessing this is where the twist and subversion is going to be. The ruins of a castle stand in the middle of an ancient courtyard. The high outer wall serves as a final barrier between the inmates and freedom. What is left of the castle's main structure is overgrown debris. The kobold chieftain stalks the courtyard mounted on a gluttonous red drake, hunting their kin, 2 unarmed kobolds. Okay, so this chieftain is actually trying to take out some of the kobolds. Okay. Read the courtyard. Okay. So... Okay, reveals a wheel mechanism needed to open the gates. Gotcha. Overgrown debris. Oh, okay, so it's difficult terrain. And yeah, I guess we could say that's movement speed is halved. I'd have to look at this in Shadow Dark, because I don't remember. I think Shadow Dark keeps, oh shit, difficult terrain up to specific descriptions. I don't think there's a general rule there. Movement. Let me look here. Hazards, traps. There we go. Hazards. Weakening damage, movement restriction. Some hazards inhibit or prevent movement, such as quick slant. Okay. Hazards can even fully entrap characters. I thought there was something a bit more specific than that. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so that's just kind of like they're going to have to move further, or move more. Yeah, he's driven by trying to feed his red drake, and then they have this big stage where they try to either go to the portcullis to free themselves, or defeat the chieftain. Let's take a look at BX, how they frame movements, similar type effects. Yeah, also look at Black Hack. Black Hack is also using a lot of this kind of standardized, you know, like how far can they move, wording in here in a more simplified way, and in a way that we've been able to interpret pretty much for any system. You figured by saying halves movement, you could keep it vague. That would, a lot of GMs would be able to intuit it. Most anybody that's looking at system neutral content is most likely going to be able to intuit that. I would just sort of like maybe do a little bit of double checking, but yeah. You might even say like, while moving through the difficult, or what would it be? If it's like hazards and traps, and we're like, this is the interesting like terrain issues with this. I am I'm pretty damn near close to saying I don't think difficult terrain is interesting. Because it's just like, this is an area where you're slowed, right? And whenever it comes to system neutral stuff, I would say unless it causes a more mechanical impact than this, like maybe you say they have to, I don't know what this would be. I have to think about that. Yeah, I'd have to think about that. So far the courtyard, you know how much, admittedly, but I think that I have the difficult terrain, and then we have the stat block for the red drake. Okay. Portcullis, it won't budge. This is how they're going to get out of it, right? 10 turns to open. Only one creature can use this turn. Okay, open the wheel at a time. Okay, so this is like a timer, I guess, that this is how they would get out of it. Is there a reason it would take 10 turns to open? Like, you just don't want them to be able to do this during the combat? Like, you really, really want them to have the combat, right? Let me get that first. Do you really, really, really just want them to have this combat? Here's an example you can pull from my dungeon. The room with shelves and embalmed organs. Yeah, has to be careful not to knock shelves over. Yeah. Let's see. I guess the combat is something they have to get past, and some ideas at first, like the kobolds lining the walls. And throwing stones from the walls if they get too close. Well, so let me let me get a yes or no answer on that. Is the combat something that you want to happen? Like, that is the thing that you're like, this is a part of the dungeon. I want them to fight this thing. See it. Yes. Okay. So what you've presented here is a will mechanism that cannot possibly cause a change during combat, right? It takes 10 turns to open. Okay. So in this case, like, you have essentially said, for most systems, somebody could be wasting their entire, like, combat over here just turning this wheel and achieve nothing, right? So you've added something in here into the environment that seems to want to be interacted with, that doesn't actually have an interaction in the combat. Does that make sense? Because, like, if it takes 10 turns to open, by all accounts of any system where turns are used for a time span, this won't work. You know, like, this won't have an impact on the combat ever, right? So, like, maybe it could be a lever that gets twisted, or a lever that gets flipped. And whenever the lever's flipped, then the portcullis starts going up. It completely opens up after, like, 2 turns, right? But I would allow it to open, really. Like, I allow it to, because then what happens? Who knows if they get out? If they get out, and does this guy give chase? Cool. Now we have a chase sequence kind of going on, right? Does this thing just decide to stay back, and then they have to worry about, like, well, shit, all those kobolds back there that were just getting fed to that guy. Do we really care about that? Or, like, do we want to go back? Do we want to fight that? Maybe, like, they get through the portcullis, and then someone rigs it up to where, like, it slams shut. So that even if the chieftain comes out to go and find them, the portcullis slams shut behind them. And now the kobolds are like, oh, we're in the courtyard. We're all good. He's out there now. Now he's got to go survive and fight those things. And what are we going to do in here? Build a settlement? Probably not. probably just reestablish that monarchy and do the same shit all over again. Because that's Cobalt, right? Get out without fighting. Yeah. You can do that, but as you currently have it written, that's not really an option, right? Simply because it's taking 10 turns to open. If you had done, like, maybe roll a d4 and it opens in that many rounds, and, like, there's a little bit of a survival thing, and so, like, we can get out of here, we just have to wait for that portcullis to open up, right? So we have to survive. Now, instead of it being like, we have to beat this guy down, now it's an element of, like, we either kill him or we have to survive long enough to get the fuck out of here. And, you know, let that be that. Yeah. Now, so it's just changing a bit of the mindset for what the encounter could be, you know? Now there's something interesting in the environment. Somebody's not losing all their turns to manipulate something that doesn't have an actual impact on the combat. And now there's an ever-shifting element to the encounter that could make it evolve and kind of go into a natural, like, second phase here, right? So I try to look for little things like that. Yeah, because it taking 10 turns, that's gonna have a bad feel. It's like Varley Pendant of Reduction that makes the user tiny in stature when equipped. Okay, that's good. What do the chieftains' outfits do? Much of anything? Or are they just clothes? Okay, and then your stat blocks. Let's take a look real quick. We're going to attack to consume an ally. The hungry regenerate resources and heals one day. Okay, so this is very video game. And, like, D&D stat blocks don't typically have anything quite like this, where, like, it will eat this guy and get this much health back. That's typically with, like, a blood drain style thing, right? You know, like a Sturge, not necessarily a, like, this thing eats people and it regains health. You might just go with, like, what the Drake does for, like, D&D. Because already, this is a, what, did you say first level adventure? A level 3 prison escape. Okay, it's quick. Cone, breath, 3d6. Wait, can drakes climb walls? Yeah, I would lower that. I would go with, like, so, okay. Plus 1d8 if hit by both. Yeah, that's a hard-hitting bastard. Yeah, and whenever we say consume ally, you should probably say it something like this. If the red drake uses its bite attack on on the corpse of a creature that is smaller than it can consume them. Because, like, keying it into, like, consume ally is very, very, very Final Fantasy coded. That's very video gamey coded is kind of what I mean. Like, this is one of those things that's kind of, like, left kind of floating in the air as to what creatures that can apply to, right? One is gluttonous, though, so he can climb, shrug. Yeah, maybe, like, if it uses its bite attack on the corpse of a creature that it could eat, then it could, yeah, do something like that. You need to even out. Yeah, I think that is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, what you have here is a good, like, kickoff for a dungeon, right? Like for like a campaign. This is a good like quick intro that I think honestly, by kind of trimming down some of these passages and maybe thinking about like, do they really need to go into here, here, or here? Maybe I could like compartmentalize some of this stuff to be whatever. Yeah, no, I think that you could have something that's like a fantastic intro dungeon. But yeah, I would get rid of the things like, you know, the keys and the gates, because that's not really teaching players, if we're talking about like an intro dungeon, that's not really teaching the players how to really engage with a TTRPG dungeon. That's teaching them how to like reapply the stuff that they know from video games over to this same format. And there's not really like an intro, something that they really learn, right? So like embracing the idea of, especially for new players, come up with shit, right? Like telling them more and more, go off the rails. Tell me what your ideas are. Please give me a reason to say yes, right? Like I would say try to lean in on that, you know. If y'all don't mind, I'll steal ideas that that the keys are just different colors. Oh yeah, yeah. Dude, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it. Like I always tell people like, hey, if you put it in my chat and somebody uses the idea and then you go like, hey man, why'd you use that idea? I'm like, why the fuck did you put it in my chat? Like, you know, what? Chill, you know. So yeah, go for it. If they get mad at you, they can get mad at me. All right. Now, let me see here. Yeah, I do think that you have a strong kind of intro beginner dungeon here. Most everything is like mostly in line. I can't remember. Borg. What is Borg saying about dagger damage? It changes every fucking game. Knife, D4. Okay, Shadow Dark. What you got? Dagger, D4. Reason I'm looking this up is... So basic expert goes for D6s. But there is sort of an agreement that I've seen a lot of designers use that, like, daggers should be a D4. Yeah, D6 -1 in white box, so that's a D4. Not Death in Space. White hack. You thought knife and daggers did different damage in Merkborg? Oh shit. I didn't see the dagger. Combat Adventuring Index. Wait, do they not have weapon? Oh, they should really have weapons on the end papers. Now, are you thinking of Dragonbane? You might be thinking of Dragonbane? Knife, D4. I definitely see a knife. I do not see a dagger. Even a short sword does a D4 damage in Merkborg. Alright, white hack, what we got? I don't know that white hat gets so specific on damage dice. I think it just uses the one universal D6. Combat, damage, HP, health. Tools of play. Oh my god, I can't remember. It's been a minute since I looked at this one too. Tables, gear, 45. Nope, not in there, huh? Core rules. D66 pool. Kyrgyzstan dagger. Loot pool. Probably runs it as a knife. Okay, let me just see. Attack roll, damage. You're a resident, yeah. That makes the dagger and a knife different. And that might be Dragonbane, actually. I know at least, like, daggers are a type of knife. Maybe? Okay. So, I guess from there, let's go in. All right. Let's look at the Station of Jeff. Oh yeah, this cover was cool. Okay. Thanks for all your thoughts. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for submitting it and like participating in the jam, man. I appreciate having you. And yeah, like I said, I think you've got a really good start. Just taking some other principles of like, you know, practical TTRPG play and kind of pulling away from the like, you know, video gaming inspiration would really do you a lot of good here. Like we said, less keys, more doors, right? Okay. And actually, before we do this one, I'm going to take a break because I got a potty. And I'll be back here in about 5 to 10 minutes, all right? Everybody, get your water, some snacks. Shit, did we eat dinner yet, Amanda? We did, right? Did we eat dinner yet? Okay. Thank you for that. All right, I'll be back. Oh, what timing? All right. So I've been pretty eager to check this one out. Yeah, 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 Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, man. Okay. This is the Station of Juff. And this one comes to us from NSTAV 13. Instav 13? Now. So 7 pages. Oh, okay. So real quick. As a heads up to anybody that's creating system neutral content, I'm guessing this might have been made with Homebrewery or something like that. If you use the 5th edition trade dress like this, this is gonna run you into some legal issues about how you could potentially publish it. Homebrewery, yeah. So I would recommend, instead of trying to do this through Homebrewery, try to do this through either like one of the Google Doc that I provided, or like through InDesign using your own kind of format. This 5th edition trade dress is actually trademarked by Wizards of the Coast. And it's one of the factors in, like, you know, when we were fighting the OGL fight, we knew that, like, yeah, this is one of the things that, like, that had to, you know, cover and all that. So, home brewery, it's like, if you're publishing under the fan content policy, not a big issue. If you're publishing with the DMs Guild, just double check some things, you know. But if you're not publishing for 5th edition, this could catch you a little bit of flack. I've never really heard of WotC really executing on that so much, but, you know, just heads up on that. But hearing what I heard about this one, I am pretty stoked to check it out, because it sounds like one of the few kind of like future sci-fi-ish ones that's getting submitted in here. So yes, thank you. And, well, shucks, thank you. Now, let's see what's going on. Yeah. Okay. Now, it's going to scroll through here. Okay, making sure I understand a bit of how these are labeled. Okay. Okay, our rings. Drone, okay. I'm just kind of skimming real quick for formatting. Okay. All right, cool. So let's get this started out. So, over 10,000 years ago, an unnatural satellite constructed by an alien race moved into orbit above the planet now known as Garepidon. For millennia, since spacefaring groups have found the installation, there have been rumors of a weapons cache aboard, though none have ever succeeded in reaching it. Okay, so what is Chef? The name is simultaneously designated acronym for the station's true purpose and the name of the AI that runs it. The acronym stands for Geomagnetic Energy Orbital Firing Facility. But it's simply, the station itself is the weapon. Okay. People have said that it's okay, but then again, you can't trust people on the internet who have gotten people who have gotten away with it. Yeah, no. I'll tell you straight up right now, it won't pass muster. Anybody that's on the internet that's telling you anything different, look, like, I realize I'm on the internet telling you this here. I've been doing work in this industry professionally for like coming on 8 years now. You can't do it. Just don't do it. Come up with your own thing. Even if you're, especially because you're publishing it on DriveThruRPG. Come up with your own thing. We'll see after the jam. If you need some help with that, hit me up. If you want me to give it a once over and just see what else going on. Yeah. What contributes as D&D page dressing? What's the line? Ooh, good question. Okay. So a couple things kind of factor into that. Number one, your headers. You're using Mrs. Eves, or maybe the kind of knockoff Mr. Eves, maybe. This is 5e, like, using this for your headers. They tend to be like, hey, kind of looks like ours, right? Bookmania, or one of the derivative book-ish fonts that comes with that, right? Bookmania does have a particular look. It's the font that they use for all the 5th edition books. Scala Sans, which would be used in your tables, is the sans serif font that they use. You cannot publish if it mimics the 5e trade dress by using stuff like this. Typically, the conveyance of the information is also a thing that they try to keep like under lock and key, which is fine, because I personally hate the way that 5th edition books convey their information. So I'm like, all right, cool, you guys can have that. That's all fine with me. Stat blocks and the stat block formatting can be a thing. This page right here, I don't know it. I don't believe this parchment is from a 5th edition book, but as always, check it out, right? Things like that. It's like, if you use the combination specifically of like Mrs. Eves, Bookmania for your serif font, Scala Sans for your sans serif font, and it's formatted for a 5th edition book, or like, you know, TTRPG book like this, they're probably gonna say that's getting in like way too far on our trade dress, you know. The background you got through Adobe stock images, gotcha. And not that it's a huge issue on this one right here, but I will say, insofar as parchment goes, Yeah, and the orange lines under the headers as well. Yes, that also constitutes a part of the trade dress. But they don't own the copyright on orange lines under the headers. You know, they own the copyright on the expression of all this stuff in the package all put together, right? And what I'm just gonna let you know straight up, 5e does not have good, like, an overall good cohesive package for presenting information well. Just, yeah, straight up. Okay. So I'm already in love with the idea that, like, they're going and finding the fucking Akira orbital strike weapon. Like, yeah, that's already like, oh shit, that's a great revelation, okay? Whenever these guys, like, they figure out that this thing, they're like, okay, we went here to find some weapons. We heard there was, like, killer weapons over here. And then go to find out, like, the entire facility itself is the weapon. It's like, oh shit. Like, that revelation is a great turnaround. It's like, I think an equivalent for it for, like, in fantasy would be like, you know, they go into this dungeon because they hear about, like, there's this there's a bunch of cool relics and shit like that in here. Awesome, whatever. We're gonna go raid this thing and get these weapons. Come to find out, it's actually like some arcane bomb in the center of it that's like, oh no, okay, we got to get away from here. Like, that's bad. Like, really bad. I love that. That is a great revelation. This, alongside other 450 stations, was set in a place to force all other worlds into the Builder's galactic empire. Unfortunately for the species that built the station, one such device was used on their home world, leaving only traces of their technology behind, governed by artificial intelligence platforms. Okay, already beat for beat, I'll tell you straight up. You should be considering writing this thing for something like Death in Space, or maybe even Cyborg, Mothership, right? This is already a fantastic beat, but I think for, like, BX derivative stuff, like, I'll still go through, they say everything, because I think that it could still work that way, right? But I do think that, like, vibes-wise, what you have here is a really cool idea for something like one of those systems. Especially because it's like, you have this doom of this other, these other life forms kind of got wiped, you know? Yeah, Alien, Void Home, yes, right? This could actually be really cool as a system-neutral space horror dungeon. Like, you know, this still works. This absolutely can still work for that. But yeah, you'll have to check out Death in Space. Yeah, it's Merkborg space horror. It's very, very good, very light. I think the only issue I've had with it is it still has the kind of problem that I have with Traveler, in that, unfortunately, like, with the Borg engine, that's already, like, handling all the main focus stuff really well. But they get into a level of complexity when it comes to the spaceships and parts that, for me, I just kind of don't really care too much about. But to other people, that could be your total, like, main bag, you know? Mothership, D100 system. I've got it over here. Really easy, intuitive, yada, yada, yada. Alien, it's a D6 pool system. Alien is, like, survival space horror in a way that I think it accomplishes that better than Death in Space and Mothership. It's unique in being one of the only, like, survival, like, TTRPGs like that I think is, yeah. The Cartel guys disagree with the description of Merkborg in space. I mean, I don't think that it's exactly Merkborg in space, but the system it plays like Merkborg, at least, yeah. But yeah, is it just Merkborg in space? No, that's not, yeah. And Void Home, using Cypher System, that one's written by Ked, right up there, right? Cypher System, remind me, Ked, it's D20 based, right? But Cypher System has the advantage of the agency is more of a mechanic. The agency is more of a mechanic to be kind of fiddled with and, like, tugged and pulled by the arbiter and all the players and everything. So, you know, it depends on kind of what you want to go with there. And the only thing that you'd have to really check with to make sure that like everything kind of clicks for each is like damage structures. So see what the damage structures are kind of like there. Void Home is a variation of Cypher, and there's a D20, but you're also offering a reworked D6 version. Oh, right on. But yeah, like, you can... It's the damage structures mostly that we're thinking about, and with horror, that can get a bit murky between each of them. More narrative-based systems are going for the sort of, like, Zweihander, or like what we just saw with, like, Daggerheart, where there's a representation of your general condition, not exactly, like, hit points, right? That would be one of the things that you'd have to check out if you were going to port this over to systems like that. So, character hooks. Why are the characters going to Jeff? Consider one of the following options or make up your own reason. Characters are actively searching for a powerful magical artifact. The BBEG or a greater villain is searching for a way into the station or one of the other stations to use its power to cement their own rule. The characters are pirates or scavengers, looking for what they think may be an easy smash and grab. The characters are alerted to a distress signal coming from within the station and are looking to help someone who's in trouble. Alright, decent hooks all around. Running the dungeon, this adventure is designed to act as a system-neutral exploration of the station of Jeff, and is meant only for the eyes of the game master. As you run the dungeon, there are several important notes to be aware of, listed below. Full-colored dungeon map is provided on the next page, and the grayscale versions. Okay. The sizing, the dungeon map provided on the next page has a grid size of the smallest, average, standard, generally 5 feet. Okay, so we're covering a lot of territory here. Ceiling is an enclosed ring of 15 feet high. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that I'd definitely be, give me a heads up on that. The dungeon is made of metal. Space, it's located in a geostationary orbit around the planet below. When the characters arrive, life support functionality is deactivated, meaning that there is no gravity and no breathable air. It is assumed that the characters have technology or magic that can aid them in this. Interesting. This is a fun twist on the idea of all dungeons are dark. This is a very fun twist on that idea. Hey, what up, Titania? That is very fun. I dig that a lot. Doors are rounded airtight sheets of thick metal, allowing for individual sections to become airtight in the event of a hull breach. They slide apart when open and are not locked unless stated otherwise. Secrets of large air vents can be found in the station marked by an S on the map, all of which are connected. Okay. We can go Among Us with it. Okay. So there's corpses here I can see. Okay. So this is a very detailed map. We have a lot going on with this map right now. The thing I would suggest, I think that this would do well for sure. Do well to serve in systems that are more tactics based, right? I think the problem that you would run into though is if you tried to give somebody like a heads up kind of a map, right, where like they're seeing certain sections of where this is. This map could be a little bit murky in conveying that info. So you might even go the route of like, I was talking about this earlier, not necessarily the point crawl, but let's say doing an abstraction. Okay, so we have our, right, and then sure. And then within that one, we're going to have... Oh, come on. So, like, they're all centered around this, like, donut, right? Pathfinder, thank you. Here, I'm just going to do this. Because why not? Okay. Why is it clicking that? What am I doing wrong? Hang on. What am I doing wrong? Hold up. That should be cutting out of that, right? That's what I was doing wrong. I was doing it right. I was just not seeing it right. Okay. All right, cool. So now we would have our separate rooms that get divided. It's just going to go right down the center, right? So now what you can wind up doing with something like this. What am I doing wrong? Oh. That's right. Okay, expand. Thank you. Sweet. Okay, so what this would wind up doing, we're giving an abstraction of the space that is a lot easier to read at a glance, you know? That's not it. It was this one. Right. So you're not actually very slow with vector art. By watching you honestly builds up my confidence as a graphic designer as a time. All right, let's cool it. Okay. Oh, fuck, that was good. Oh, man. Okay, so having this as like an abstraction of the space, you know, to where they can refer to that map and just know, hey, this is where we are. You know, that can be helpful in kind of resolving some confusion that may appear, right? So, yeah, shots fired. Yeah, absolutely. Shots fired, and this is a fucking thing that fires shot. Oh, okay. The area 1, the dock, right here, where they're going to be able to get on board. The station is a single dock available, only there for the special crew of the long-dead species that built the station. Okay, I think that's too much. That whole sentence could probably get clipped. We know that this is a dock. This feels like a kind of a 5e description right here. The sides can open wider or narrower to accommodate any form of docking to other ships. A vain attempt at future-proofing the station. Okay, so, and this isn't really the kind of thing that we need to have in here either, right? Maybe you should use a black and white map as the first version instead, or you can offer this version of the map, like, say that this is like a more premium version of it, right? If they wanted that, offer it. If not, you can just include in the, like, this is the material to run it, right? That was not an intentional roast, sorry. No, it's fucking hilarious. Look, anybody who's been watching my streams and has seen, like, the way that Ken and I, like, bullshit with each other, no, yeah, trust me, you're good. It's fucking great. So, like, with this, that is a very kind of 5e-esque description here that could just get totally cut. It's a dock. Okay, so most people are just assuming that, like, this is fine, you know. You sent me a station map that you used in Void Home. It shows you how I broke down the space station map. Thank you, Ked. All right. Here we go. So, let's take a look. Okay. So you see what we have here? You really don't need to have like full color illustration or anything like that. In fact, a lot of times it just gets in the way, right? So we have a diagram here that is showing what the like beat for beat the rooms are, right? This is taking the idea of a blueprint or like a schematic for, you know, whatever, and turning that into a dungeon, right? Like, yeah, this is super smart. There's so many ways that you can express something that is this readable, that is that easily sight readable, that is also in theme with the overall feel of the adventure, right? So like, Ked's in here has I mean, all you need to be able to read it, right? A2, like, I know these rooms, right? I can take that, go over to the key, etc., etc. I might start trying to practice that with, like, A4, a C1, to show the different, like, separate levels or sections of an area, right? There's another one where, God, the layout on this is fucking killer, man. This looks great. There's another one I was going to show. Let me see. All right. I'm just going to pull up a lot of different horror games, like space horror games, to see what they do. Because I think that yours works if it's supposed to feel like a 5e product, but 5e maps are not super great at conveying all this info. This is part of the reason why they've started to go with, like, well, at least this is what I'm assuming here, with Dyson logos maps instead of Mike Shea's, because Mike Shea's maps are very pretty, they look fantastic, but they don't look great whenever you just need to take a look at it at a glance, and you can get lost in the info, right? Your TTRPG is done for the night, you can focus on the stream until I'm done. Hey, man. Okay, so Mothership. Another bug hunt. Let me get to the map. Okay. They are giving a loose abstraction of the space from like an isometric look. Okay. Very cool, very in point, but do we really need to see what all is inside of it? No. We don't need an exact grid for the space, right? We can read this. We know what this means. Great. We have an overview, right? Minimap. Now they go overboard here. So this is a bit more intense. It's very pretty. All right. It is a bit more intense, and me saying overboard doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't, you know, it detracts from the product. But look at this. Tower. Right? We know that one. Not everything's got to look like Shea Paku in order for it to be totally serviceable and add a lot of character to your product, right? 5e, and the way that they do maps, is actually not the standard. It's the exception, okay? So don't think that because like a 5e map looks really pretty, that all TTRPG maps need to look like that. Or that they even need to be formatted like that. As another example, just to kind of drive the point home. Okay, Death in Space. They've got the map of the ring in here somewhere, right? Oh! There you go. That's the map for the spaceship. Okay? So, again, it doesn't need to be, like, incredibly deep in on this. Yeah, whenever you go to a certain section, see how it's highlighted right there? Whenever I flip to another page, watch this. Oh, see how this other room is highlighted all of a sudden? Oh! Right? This is giving you a mini-map for how you can get through the dungeon. Cool. So yeah, try thinking of stuff like that. In The Lord of the Rings, when going through the Mines of Moria, do we need to witness every room and hallway in detail? No. We only see points of interest in the important bits. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So yeah, this is a very 5e map. I would try to provide something that's a little bit like less, I guess, detailed than something like this, you know. Outside the station, mechanical drones zip about, making small repairs as necessary, and protecting the exterior of Area 7. Right here, okay. Any damage done to the station, such as damaging the hull or doors, will be fixed within 24 hours. Beyond the direct opening where shuttle can berth and access to the station, a short walkway leads to a locked door and a digital keypad. Okay. So we have the drones highlighted, which is something that they typically do with 5e, but, you know, the drone should be highlighted down here, which I kind of see that they're bolded, right? Encounters, it's fine. But I don't see where the other mechanisms that would be referred to down here, those should also be bolded up here in your read text, right? If we want to be able to give some people like a brief overview, right? This should be the overview. They're going to come up with their own kind of narrative for what that actually means. But if we present them with 2 paragraphs of information for a room that is essentially just they dock, there's a control panel here that can open the doors. This tends to be hard to sight read, right? So I would try to like cut back on that a bit. The area is dark and the tunnel is narrow, made of thick metal to create an airtight seal between the dock ship and the station. Okay, so now I think we've gotten into a redundancy here. Sorry, my ear just starting to hurt. Now I think we're a little bit worried about we have to cover all our bases all the time. And now we've said, you know, this area is dark, the tunnel is narrow, made of thick metal to create an airtight seal between. This is just something I think I could kind of assume about the station, right? And then if it became an issue where like there's a vacuum and like everything that's in here gets sucked out into space, that's where we can go, we should probably call that out, you know. Turret, okay. I'm not a huge fan of the way that this is formatted on Homebrewery, if I'm just being honest. The fact that morale is its own other column kind of hurts the fact that we're trying to keep it like reduced page count. I would highly suggest trying a different way to do the layout on this one. There's just so many different things pointing me towards like this should probably get condensed down in a different manner. And I'll be down to talk about ways that you could achieve that. Area 2, Outer Ring. The Outer Ring is a long, rounded hallway that connects into the 4 rooms of the Inner Ring, areas 3 to 6, and can spin independently. The walls are white and have a large purple lettering, Jeff. The repetition of Jeff is really funny. The area is well lit, although during initial entry, the light spin that exists in the curved metal hallway does not create a gravitational effect. Okay. So there's no gravity in here, right? And I think that might have been a thing that you covered in your yeah, no gravity and no breathable air. So you might just put a reminder instead of like that, saying like, you know, refer to this to see what's going on there. You never use Homebrewery, but you imagine it sacrifices formatting versatility for some more ease of use. It's basically a way for you to do like D&D layout with Markdown, if I'm remembering right, Markdown and CSS. But yeah, you can't really get into the nitty gritty of like, I think altering things like kerning, you know? So if something's like, if I have a lot of orphans or widows, I can't really reduce the kerning in order for me to like kind of clip some of that stuff out, right? But yeah, I would look at kind of editing down already from like just kind of seeing these two, finding where you have redundancies going on into something that was, you know, referred or whatever. Maybe thinking of ways that you could express this within, and see, this is a widow over here. It's clipped it's the only one that's left out of the paragraph, right? Like it's the only letter, yeah. You're not sure these folks know what kerning means? Well, yeah, I mean, we were talking. All right, kerning. It's the spacing between letters. There you go. Winston, I'm watching you. The inability to edit kerning led me to buying Affinity Publisher. You found it a lot easier. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Homebrewery is a crutch. Okay. These are training wheels. And the sooner that you get out of your training wheels and start trying to ride a bike, the better off you're going to be. You're going to find that after like 2 months of just trying to learn InDesign or, you know, Affinity Publisher, whatever it is, you'll never want to go back to this program, this software, website, whatever you want to call it, right? Okay. So, drones can be constructed via the bulbs of the... okay, when the characters first enter, they will also encounter Jeff. Jeff is the AI custodian of the station. Jeff? Is there a stat blocker reference for Jeff? Okay, the AI program to control the station and its drones. The core protocol is to prevent the station from falling into the hands of all other races by any means necessary, including destroying the planet below. Jeff is aware of the purpose of the station, but is unwilling to outright state it at first. He acts kindly towards the characters. Okay, so we're going very 2001. Yeah, all right. Outright stated at first, he initially acts kindly towards the characters, but asks them to leave. Jeff will become hostile if the characters stick around too long or attempt to enter Area 6. He appears as a normal human without a spacesuit, but is a hologram. Jeff will follow the characters into any room, trying to convince them to leave. Hilarious. I dig it. I dig it. You've been learning Affinity for about 1.5 years now. Yeah, I promise all of you that are like looking into like, I really enjoy doing TTRPG writing. Where do I go from here? I'm terrified of layout. I would rather just use homebrewery or do whatever. I promise you, as intimidating as you might kind of feel, as intimidated as you might kind of feel about getting some of this software and using it, I'm telling you right now, it is a game changer, and it's what's required in order for you to work professionally in the industry. I know of extremely few, even just like adventure writers, that don't at least have a basic understanding of InDesign and Affinity. Layout and being able to communicate to somebody, like talking to an editor or your layout artist, what all needs to get done, that's something that you got to do. It's a skill set. And even if you don't get into TTRPG work, this will greatly benefit you for damn near any career field you get into. This is a software that is used by like everybody, absolutely everybody. You know, this is a basics of marketing, of producing materials. Every printer that's ever going to make something for you is most likely taking an EPS, PDF, whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Please take up Affinity. If you do any homebrew, honestly, start skill building. Yep, exactly. That's what this whole jam is all about, right? Skill building, working on your creativity. Bingo bango. I think next time I do this jam, I am actually going to hit up Affinity to see if they would be willing to donate a few copies. Or at least, like, I don't know, a 3-month access kind of a thing. Because I think that would be super helpful. Yeah. Do it. I promise you, you start it now, just do it now. Tonight. Like, if you are at all interested in doing this, get on board tonight and just start toying with it. Learn about parent styles, character styles. Grep is going to be the most intimidating looking thing to you, but I promise you it is way more simple than it looks. Other than that, it's pretty cake to use. You're the first person ever to gift a copy of Affinity to another person. They didn't even have a process to do it. You had to make custom keys for you. What? Wait, seriously? The fuck, Ken? That's kind of okay. Like, random factoid. Did they like? So wait, do you know somebody at Affinity? Because if you do, look a brother up. Because I would love to be able to distribute some shit like that. Am I suggesting Affinity Publisher or something else? So look, for me, I work in InDesign, but that's also like a bit of a crutch on my end because I have been using InDesign for like 15 years. Despite me getting my degree in jazz studies, I actually did 3 years of a graphic design major. So I learned InDesign back in college. I was already familiar with Illustrator and Photoshop, but I started learning InDesign back then. And I like basically what they've been doing with the interconnectivity of InDesign, Photoshop, Illustrator, etc., etc. But Affinity is getting there, where I have seen like some of the stuff that Ket has done, and it's basically indistinguishable. The only time I've seen it really encounter an issue is, well, I mean, I say an issue. There was the oddness going on of the PDF that Ken was working on, like, not really exporting totally great. Affinity has ALM, ALM. What, should I know that? I don't know that one. Wait, what's that acronym mean? ALM. Weird typo, sorry. Now I'm curious. I will tell you right now, the big thing that's getting me away from Adobe right now is that they're forcing like so much AI generative bullshit on all their software, and it loads noticeably slower. It operates so much slower, and I've asked AI, or I asked Adobe on Twitter, like, yo, can we opt out of this? Because this is actually impacting my fucking RAM now, all right? Like, yeah. Aside from any issues that people might have with AI, anything like that, it's causing a performance issue. And I'm like, I'm never going to use this tool. I fucking despise this shit. Adobe, please let me opt out of it in your software. Yeah, at least you can sort your tables too. Yeah, that's another thing I've never been able to figure out. Like, hey, Adobe, why is it that like Affinity figured out how to sort your tables alphabetically and they're like in Publisher, but you never figured that out with InDesign? In fact, what you recommend is that people download a plugin created by just some dude about 10 years ago and use that instead. Fuck out of here. What? Like, why can't you do this? Almost every functionality of their other apps outside of Publisher if you own all three tools. That is something I've heard, that they have a more universal tool set than Adobe does, where like control and like shift and click means the same thing for every app, whereas for Adobe it could mean like, this actually means resize from center. This actually means just resize the horizontal scale. This actually means we're gonna now twist or rotate it instead. And I'm like, why? What? Why? Don't do copy. Wait, if I hit shift, that means I'm assuming that we're going to proportionally scale it, right? But to Adobe, they were like, no, in Photoshop, that means that it doesn't proportionally shift or proportionally scale. Instead, that means that it's going to just go wonky all over. Why? Why do that? I cannot figure out why the fuck Adobe does some of these things. It's like there is a communication of language in the hotkeys and everything, and yeah, as an Adobe kid for over a decade, if you know how to use Photoshop, I shouldn't have to take a year-long course just to learn Illustrator at a basic level. Yes, I agree with you there. Illustrator, once you understand, look, the first thing that you have to know about working with Illustrator, other than like you get the toolbar, right? Understand what the toolbar does and the tools. The next thing that you need to look at is pathfinding, okay? That's how you do things like clipping, merging two shapes together, etc., etc. Learn about expanding and expanding appearance, right? Learn about strokes. And then from there, it's like the rest of the software kind of falls into place. But I will say, if you are looking for like the most price-friendly thing that you could be doing right now for software, go with Affinity. Affinity is like a one-time purchase, and I know that they just got bought out by Canva, but I don't know for a fact, because I heard there was speculation that they were going to go to a subscription model. Nothing official has been stated. So, yeah. Yeah, vectors are your friends always. If you can do something as a vector, I will. Yes, anytime. It is so much cleaner. It always prints better. Vectors are just like fucking aces. There is so much more you can do with a vector that you could than what you could do with a JPEG. Promise you guys. They scale better. Like, yeah, if you can make it a vector, do it. They stated they intended to keep offering it standalone. Good. Good. You just started a web design course on a grant, and part of it was so outdated they wanted me to use Adobe Dreamweaver. I like the idea of Dreamweaver. I've built a website in it. But I can understand why people opt to use other software at this point. Yeah. Affinity actually announced and promised that there will always be non-subscription service software despite the merger. Good. Okay. So yeah, Affinity is like pretty tops in regards to any kind of Adobe alternate that you would want to go with. So yeah, pick up Affinity Publisher, start working with that. Just, you know, because here's the other thing, and then we'll get back to this, okay? Homebrewery and GM Binder. If you are a creator that is working on a project in which you need... Okay, if you're working on any project that is under NDA, working on Homebrewery or GM Binder is about the best way to make sure you get kicked off that project. Because all that stuff is listed publicly. Like, it's easier for you to search up some shit and find it on GM Binder and find where people have made, like, DM's Guild projects over on GM Binder. For some reason, their SEO pings it better than the fucking DM's Guild. And, oh, by the way, it turns out the dude that, like, made GM Binder, like, absolutely abandoned the project after taking a bunch of cash from it or some shit. I guess, okay, so this is just, whatever, legalese, protect myself, please. Allegedly, I guess this is what we can say, right? Yeah, there we go. Is it just allegedly? And then we're all good? Lawyers are going to be not frothing at the mouth? Okay. So, like, the GM Binder thing is basically hosted up. And, like, I guess the guy keeps paying the fees or whatever in order to, like, keep it going. But, like, it hasn't been updated in years. It's been known to just pirate shit constantly and just keep showing it, you know? You just yell that aloud for getting your word in a voice channel, allegedly. So there was like a crowdfunding campaign for, or something like that for GM Binder. And then like the dude just kind of abandoned development on it and like left it in whatever state it was in and fucking took off and got a cushy job in Silicon Valley. And like, there's no moderation on it. So like, if somebody is like pirating your shit, there's no one you can talk to. The dude didn't care. He just fucking abandoned the platform. I despise GM Binder. Dude, the amount of times I've had to ask for takedowns of some of the stuff that I've had over there, not even really relatively because I mind so much that people get my shit for free, more so because like I don't have control of the way that it's getting distributed, right? Or people are doing things to it where they say like, this is Taron Pounds', and then they like fuck with it. Yeah, like I caught, there was a version of my merchant that was over on GM Binder that said it was from me, or like said it was by me, but it was wildly like weirdly tweaked and everything. And I was like, the fuck, this isn't even mine. Don't say it's from me. Like, what are you doing? You know, like it's already weird enough if you go and swipe my shit. It's a whole other thing if you say that you're me and that's my work. What do you like? What? You guys shall put away your GM Binder t-shirt. Oh man. Yeah, so like GM Binder, not really great. I don't think it's really a healthy thing for the community either because it's a major crutch and people should stop relying on stuff like that. Yeah, I think that GM Binder is one of the worst things that could really have been created for our hobby, you know, because there's so many other creators who rely on it to the point of like not being able to like grow out of that. Yeah, honestly, I'd rather see shit formatted in Google Docs these days than in GM Binder. Now with that, okay, so basic advice: learn publishing software. Fella. Hey James, hey. Legends of Logomancy, thanks for the raid, man. Just sacrifice. Hey, what's up, guys? For everybody that's joining from James' channel, hey, thank you so much, dude, for the raid. Yeah, welcome. We're actually just going through and critiquing some of the submissions that were put in my dungeon jam. Yeah, what were you guys doing? Living the dream? What were you guys playing? Oh, and anybody that's joining up, yo, I'm Taron Indestructoboy Pounds, game designer, and currently hosting up a dungeon design jam right now. I know a lot of you guys are over on Twitch right now. The main party's kind of over on YouTube, but you're welcome to totally hang and you'll see the chat and everything over here as well. You're designing some of my custom notes for Abomination Vaults with Affinity Publisher. Oh, okay, yeah. Like, I think that Adobe, if they had like a good, like, what's the right word for this? Like a secretarial app or like Affinity, you know, whatever. Like, I think that like OneNote is really. Oh wait, is it OneNote? Is that what I'm thinking of? What's the software from Microsoft that everybody's like, yeah, that thing is the shit. It's the most powerful tool for all your D&D stuff. Is it OneNote? I think it's OneNote. If there was like a good like secretarial type of app like that for Adobe or Affinity or whatever, I would love people to do something like that, you know? Yeah, have a tool that allowed me to just sort of organize thoughts, you know? A+ tangent this is. Yeah. Notion. Yes, Notion is also a really, really good one that I think Pointy Hat actually uses. If I stream earlier tomorrow with Buddy Comms open, I'll try to join in and cancel to join the discussion. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, now. So, two things real quick. So I'm not seeing Wandering Monsters on here. That kind of helps to keep things a bit more like emergent, I guess, and kind of like in theme with the ideas of like these are system neutral dungeons. They kind of rely on the old school sensibilities of like the game should be a little bit of a surprise for the. Yeah, there we go. Game should be a little bit of a surprise for the game master as well as the players. And this is something that 5e kind of shucked away from, where like random encounters feel almost confusing in the system. But if you look at old school stuff, pretty cake, right? What do they see? Okay, roll a d6. If it rolls a 1, random encounter occurs. Okay, that's a 3. No, we're good. All right, what's going on in here? Cool, we're moving to another area. Oh shit, what do you know? This time there's actually 5 of these long-nosed, like, twisted-looking mosquito creatures that are currently, like, chewing on a corpse and sucking out a bit of viscera as they retract this proboscis, just look up over at you and take off into the air and fly at you, you know? Cool, now we have, like, that's a thing that wasn't planned for. That was a random encounter that, like, okay. So now me as the GM, I still get a little bit of that surprise too, right? Obsidian is pretty good as well. Oh, is that another organizing kind of secretarial app? You know, the perfect tool for quick notes is just how I brainstorm my dungeons, design my maps and social connection mapping. It's called Obsidian. It's made for coding, but it's free and it works great. Oh, okay. I will check that out then. Yeah, I need more of that, like, let me just abstract my thoughts on this thing. I feel like I open up, like, Illustrator like this, and sometimes I'll just kind of be like, okay, well, here's the thought process on this, or this, or whatever. Now that I haven't looked at this for, like, an hour, I'm actually really impressed with how that looks pretty quickly, you know? We just sort of emulated what they were doing with Bastards, but I'm like, hell yeah, okay, that looks pretty damn good, right? Okay. As someone that plays a lot of easier to GM games, Wandering Monsters is more exciting because I don't have to worry about encounter balance or anything silly. Yep, I don't have to come up with that stuff. What I would tell people is, okay, if your primary play is from D&D 5e and like your primary way of like running games is to know kind of concisely what is in every single room, this could feel a little bit anxiety like driven, where it's like, shit, well, what if things are out of balance? What if things are yeti? Well, first off, let that kind of chill, right? The reason why this is like a bit of a kind of a talking point with 5e in particular is because the game has sort of put itself in this position where it is encouraging a parasocial relationship with the character you created. Okay? Ooh, spicy take. So, it is encouraging you to get extremely invested into this character, right? I'm going to make a personalized journal for it with, you know, all this custom shit. I'm going to commission an artist for a $600 art piece. I'm going to spend $50 on a Hero Forge mini. And then whenever that character winds up falling into a fucking pool of lava, you're like, well, now, time for me to spend another $1,000 on a character, you know? So, like, with a lot of the older school stuff, at least in this sort of BX derivative thing, yeah, you learn those right when you're doing your, yeah. So, like, with a lot of this, like, basic expert derivative stuff, it's not that, like, this is out to get you, right? It's not out to say, like, you know, oh, well, you could just die at any second, right? In Merkborg, sure. But, I mean, in Merkborg, you're encouraged, basically, look, don't get invested in your character. Literally, you can just get a blim blown off, and you're gonna have to be cool with that, alright? But, like, yeah, you're reminded of people who commission their statues of their WoW characters, yeah. With this game, it's like, at least with, like, TTRPGs, like, unless the game is like Zweihander, where, you know, Zweihander is shucking death rules in order to, like, kind of do the world building around not dying being a thing, or, like, respawning being a sort of, like, element of it. Zweihander's going very, like, Dark Soulsian. So, like, if it's going in that route, yeah, look, totally, whatever. But, like, for most of this, it's like, oh, you're actually just having a fireside chat talking channel updates. Oh, right on. So, like, in games like this, it's not that death is supposed to be, like, this quick thing and, like, oh, wait, my OC got... No. Whenever you're making a character in a game like this, it's like, look, you're trying to play a game, you know? Getting that invested, if that's the way that you have fun, that's the way you have fun. You do you. But I think that it's a little bit irresponsible financially also to be blowing that much money on the character, right? If you got that much money for it, do it. But I've met people in the past who were like, you know what? I wish I had gas to get there, or, like, we were going to play D&D or whatever, but, like, I just got my Hero Forge mini in, and, like, that took out $60 that I was going to use for, you know, gas or whatever. I'm like, what? Hold up. What? No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's financial irresponsibility. We should not be encouraging that with this game, you know? Yeah, so, like, I don't know. I like the grittiness of, we have characters, their death is a thing, let it be a deal, you know? And by the way, if the random encounter table is built in a way where, like, everything is encouraging super lethal encounters, it's probably not a great wandering monster table. Like, you know, and for the mere fact of a lot of basic expert stuff, the damage scaling is way lower and way less swingy. Like, it's way less swingy than D&D 5e, but it's certainly a fraction of the swing of Pathfinder. But because it's less swingy, it's more predictable. You're more likely to see these big hits coming up, right? So, yeah. To me, it partly depends on the style of game you want to run, but that's what Session 0 is for, and you should be doing Session 0. Yep. And just say what the expectations are, let people know, like, hey, I want to build this up, have fun. I'm not looking to do the, like, maybe Critical Role style of, like, we're going to plan out your family lineage, we're going to plan out your backstory, where you're going to interconnect with all these certain moments in this story. Yeah, that to me is, like, not the kind of thing that interests me personally. I just like looking at this as a fucking board game and having fun doing these kinds of games, you know? To anybody that's played Vagabond, now you got a sense of the kind of game that I like to run, right? Yeah, you run through a dungeon, hit shit, get treasure, and all the roleplay side of it is all handled by the very freeform shit that you want to do as a character. If you want to write a big backstory for your guy and be like, I was once a farmer, and now my village was raided by trolls, and I watched my mom get eaten. This is literally just Attack on Titan. Like, if that's the thing that you wanted to do, like, go for it, you know? Yeah. My guy, if you go on another Pathfinder rant, I'm going to say the trash I scanned for my dungeon was inspired by your opinions on Pathfinder. You guess you got to knock those encounters down a tad based on this. Like, yeah. Yeah, oh, okay, well, please don't, yes, okay, please don't kill players, yeah. Pathfinder rant? Oh, I don't really have a Pathfinder rant. No. It's for just, like, I guess so people know, I guess, my take on it. Pathfinder's, like, damage structure, general character options are just way too expansive for me. I think it causes, like, massive page bloat. And I just don't really think that it needs to be all that huge of a system, really. Hey, dude here who's been hired to work on Paizo stuff in the past. I just don't really agree with some of the interconnected math of the system. I think that some stuff should plug into stuff a lot easier, and you should be able to intuit how to build monsters rather than just kind of arbitrarily coming up with stats. Damage structure is overblown, and at least, yeah. Pathfinder comes from the olden times of everything possible needs to be included. Nothing can be hand waved. Yep. It's so hyper simulationist that I just don't really, it doesn't vibe with me, you know. And by the way, like, I'm very friendly with Mark Seifter, who, like, you know, Thurston Hillman, who's worked, the lead developer of Starfinder, right? And they both know, like, it's just not my bag. Yeah. But I'm not out here, like, dunking on Pathfinder. It's just, that's my own personal deal. If you have fun with it, you go do it. But it's not, it's too hyper simulationist for me, at least. Like, too many rules. Not enough, like, I can just kind of, like, ignore some of this stuff and just go off and hit shit with a stick. Right? Okay. Now. Whew. Yeah, it's a similar scheme to how GURPS works. If you want to be a hippo man driving a tank while firing a magically enchanted NES blaster at dinosaurs, there's a bill for that. Yep. There's something that demons in the spaceship were real. Okay, so I do remember where we were. I do. Maintenance rooms contain tools simultaneously. Okay, so bolding and the things that would probably be important here. Keycard. The left side of the room is a maintenance keycard stuck in the large machine. Several machines. I would say, like, probably include a line in here that talks about the keycard being stuck in a panel, maybe, or something like that. You know, something up here needs to be bolded to indicate that it's a thing I should refer to down here. The passages, okay, secret. Revealed by actively looking around. The characters can find a vent in the floor leading to a large air duct that they can see fit. Okay. So with this, this secret right here is, oh wait, here's the latest line you wrote: a faded cartoon advertisement. Like a child drinking from an orange used by a cute non-Euclidean mom. What the fuck? Later, Blanco, dude. We'll see if we can take a look at yours soon. Have a good night, man. So, like, okay. Secrets and the way that that's all handled. Am I hitting Gen Con this year? Right. That's complicated. I'm trying to super bad. I was gonna launch Vagabond's Kickstarter in June, and I was gonna be able to have the money to be able to go to Gen Con. Then I find out that DC20 is actually doing their Kickstarter in June. And I was like, well, fuck, I don't want to be that guy and, like, make people, like, decide where they're putting their paycheck. You know, that feels like it's instilling this, like, unfriendly competition, and I don't want to, like, that's not what I'm about, right? So I just decided to, like, kind of push it off until July. But the problem with that is, like, if I were to, like, if I do it in July and it's like a, you know, if it's a 30-day campaign, well, I don't get the payout for a week until a week after the campaign funds, like, come through, right? So like, it's tricky. Um, I've honestly planned on doing a shorter like Kickstarter, or well, game found, right? It's just a cinema. It's like Sharpie, right? Um, so like I considered doing like a 20-day campaign because in all honesty, I don't want to be sitting there for like 2 weeks being riddled with anxiety about like, is it gonna fund? Oh no. I kind of figure most of the people that are gonna like pledge on that first week are most likely like the majority of the people that are gonna pledge, you know. Um, that last week, as I noticed with the Vagabond Kickstarter, um, you do still get people that'll like file in, but I don't think it's worth it for that 2 week iterance of people kind of like maybe getting 1 or 2 pledges a day, to really stretch it out for the like beyond 2 weeks or something like that. I tend to honestly feel like these bigger campaigns kind of get people forgetting about them in a way. We were watching Shadow Dark every day because it was crazy how much attention that one was getting and like how big it blew up, you know? Um, but yeah, I think that with Vagabonds, like, in order for me to even make the game, at this point, like, 10K is a really good way for us to get it done. But there's still a lot more we can do with it, you know? I mean, 10K is like, I want to say that's like 200 pledges, 200 backers at this point. And the original one got 650, you know? Um, well, if you end up making it, you'll be there solo. We can get some dinner and play. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. If I do wind up going, the plan is going to be if Vagabond's like crowdfunding goes through, I'm going to talk with GameFound and see if there isn't possibly a way they could front me a little bit of cash from the revenue generated in order for me to go and like demo it at Gen Con. Because I think they're even going to be there too. But yeah, if they could, awesome. Because I already know. This is the other bad part about Gen Con, okay? All the hotels got fucking snatched up. And, like, if I was getting an Airbnb right now, it's still gonna cost me like $2,000 for a 4-night stay. At the very least. I've heard of some people paying $6,000. I'm like, fuck all that noise. For a little studio for 4 days? Are you kidding me? Fuck that. So yeah, it all depends on what all is happening regarding that. But hell yeah, dude, if you wind up going, let's make it happen. Splitting a room is how you do it at cons. Try talking to some people about that. Unfortunately, like most of the people that I could like, room with or whatever. Now, whenever you're single, it's all good. Whenever you have a partner, like me and Amanda, and we're going, it tends to be a little bit like we kind of like our own space, you know? Yeah. Anyways, you're looking forward to game hole comment still up in the air if you can go or not. No, I haven't been looking for an MCG yet. Not necessarily, just a matter of like, if we're changing clothes or something, or like she's changing clothes or something, like she'd like to have her own private space. Maybe go to the bathroom, do that. Sure, there's ways you can navigate it, but like also, I don't know, man. I'm kind of done sleeping on couches. It is a privacy thing. Yeah. Beyond that, there's also just like, look, whenever you're talking to your significant other, it's like I kind of like just having our conversations with us. Like, yeah, there's like, not all intimate shit is just like, oh yeah, no, we're fucking in the other room right now. We need everyone to. No, it's just like, you guys talk about like close shit, Anywho, so, yeah, being able to get a kid to a room with roommates, yeah. Now, very hopeful to go to Gen Con is the long and short of it. But yeah, if it funds for, here, I'll do, this will be like the last 5 minutes of this. I'll show you guys kind of what I'm thinking. Okay. I guess this is the Vagabond. Where'd this go? Okay. This is kind of what I'm considering in terms of Vagabond's Kickstarter or crowdfund. Oh shit, I almost didn't save that. Wow. Okay, so I'm still working this out. Nothing's like solid just yet, but just so you guys know what I have planned for it. Oh, right on. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I really, really hope I can go. By the way, are you open to game stores ordering hard copies of Vagabond to sell? So, interesting little note about that, okay? As a part of the last, so part of the reason why I have not been making a ton of content in the last, like, month or so, is because your boy's been in meetings and talking with people constantly, okay? I don't have a contract in place with this just yet, but I will say that I talked to a, whenever I say huge company about helping out with that, I mean fucking massive, okay? I have spoken with a distributor who was interested in helping me get it into retail, like, you know, friendly local game stores and everything. Their royalty rate was extremely generous, and the whole reason that they were doing this is to help out get independent publishers into storefronts like that. And I heard about all the logistics. They just wanted to know if the book would be, whenever the book was done, what they would be able to pick up from me. So part of the crowdfunding campaign would be not just me ordering the books to fulfill to you all, but also the books to be getting over to these guys, right? He's talking about the Harlequin romance publisher, by the way, here. Yeah. So these guys are already in networks with like 2 or 3 different distributors, and told me, basically gave me the whole rundown as to how it would work out. They get a certain cut based off of the MSRP or whatever it is. But what this all kind of like rolls into is, wait, am I going to catch that Stockholm Cartel podcast or stay up to 2 a.m. again? Oh, I'll catch it. I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but yeah. You're betting it's Free League? It's not. I'll let you know now. It's not. If it was, I would be screaming from the rooftops. No, it's not Free League. So, like, the logistics of this are, basically, once I have the print books ready to go, they're interested in helping it to, like, get distributed, right? So, the way that this goes is that the retailers all get, like, a kind of a catalog, right? Yeah, the favorite system of smut enthusiasts, yeah. So they all get a catalog, and they order from this catalog, and based off the sales of that order, we get kickbacks, whatever. So this becomes a much more, like, kind of further on down the line, you know, hey, these got sold, these, whatever. So, yeah, as to when that would actually happen, probably about, like, 6 months after we even fulfill the Kickstarter, right? Because then they've got to get it, then they do the advertising to all their stores, and then they would be the ones to be able to, like, you know, get it actually on shelves and everything. So, just so I guess to answer that question, long way around that, I have talked about mainstream retail distribution. I do have a path to that, and I can't guarantee it because we don't even know if the thing is going to fund right now. Once that happens, then I start talking about that. Yeah. Now, let me show you guys real quick about the stretch goals, what I'm thinking. Okay. Just so you all know what this game has to make on a crowdfunding in order to even make the game, you know. Well, the game is made, it's just about printing it now. So, got my quotes, everything in. This is just kind of a rough draft as to, like, what I'm putting together for this. So, I'm thinking that at $25, this is a digital only tier. People are going to be getting the final, like, core rulebook. This is a special pricing for the Kickstarter. After everything is fulfilled and everything, the PDF is going to go up to $30 over on the Land of the Blind storefront. All digital stretch goals, because as you all will see, there will be more shit that I throw in on this. I don't know. I think the book price is going to be about $50. Seeing what my print margins were, seeing what it would take to fulfill all this, I do have other options that are not going to require buying the $50 core rulebook. Okay. One of these I'll talk about here in a second, but this would be Vagabonds, Pulp Fantasy Core Rulebook, print. Okay. All physical stretch goals. Right? One of the other ones is going to be a $100 RPG group package. Vagabond, Pulp Fantasy Core Rulebook. Here's the fun thing. Okay. The player's guide is going to be a simplified version of the rulebook that I'm looking at getting printed into a zine format. The only way I'm going to be able to do that is if we reach above a certain amount on this Kickstarter, and then I can start offering that as an add-on option. Once we do, I mean, then we have a whole second product that everyone can get a copy of, right? So it not only would we unlock like this extra add-on here, we also actually unlock a whole other tier as well. The like retailer kit is probably going to be around like $500, something like that, right? And this gets like 10 copies. Pulp Fantasy or Rulebook, right? Cool. There's other things that I've been kind of kicking around here. So, now these are still like kind of abstract ideas here. Nothing's been solidified just yet, so everybody knows. $50,000, so this would be around like 10,000 backers. Initially what we would need to fund, look, I could print the book, get it out there, around $10,000. But in order for me to really make it the thing that I want to make it and like deliver that final book, it's gonna need around 20,000. The perks of going 10 grand over 20 grand, this is a way that people are able to kind of game Kickstarters like projects we love. And I get it because that's basically free advertising, but like I don't know, whatever. So the way that actually works out is, and I mean, someone could correct me if I'm wrong on this, you have to completely fund within a certain time limit, or raise a certain amount of money within like 24 hours, and then they're like, hey, you get this badge now. Neat. You know, that still sounds pretty cheap, to be honest. Print costs these days are no joke. You want to know what saved my ass on that and what the smartest decision I made about making this game was? That fucking format. I knew from the time that I started looking at like how I wanted to make the book, and I kept getting quotes about what 8.5 by 11 was. Whenever I moved down to a 6-inch by 9-inch print, dude, absolutely saved my ass. And by the way, this book, hang on, I'll show you guys. This is a hardback with a book ribbon. Ah, geez. Full color. Custom in papers. Right? So that's like this right here, right? I open up the cover and woo! Right? Custom in papers. Smythe sewn. UV spot. And one of the other quotes that I got was a one of the other quotes that I got was to potentially do 2 bookmark ribbons, but we're gonna see what that winds up doing. Yeah, you can't do 2. You can't do 6x9 with mine, or it'll be way too thick. Yeah. This print style, I think that a lot of TTRPGs are gonna have to kind of move towards. We're occupying too much space, you know. This fits so well on my goddamn working desk, right? Yeah. I think this was also for like 230 pages, right? So these are like the book details right here. UV spot, by the way, if people don't know what I'm talking about there, you know how like some books will, let me see. Here we go. You know how like you'll get a book and like the ink is shiny and it's like, ooh, cool. Is that just the ink? But then you fill it and there's like, oh wait, there's like a clear gloss over the top of it. This, let me see if I can get it to reflect in the light a little bit. Let me see if I can, let me see if, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that shine is actually UV gloss. Okay. So it's a very minor thing. It just looks pretty, you know. Is there gonna offer a signed copy reward? If somebody requests it, I'd be happy to sign it. But I also know there are some people that fucking despise that. If it funds though, find me at Gen Con and I will be, well, oh shit, wait, I can't print it yet. Fuck. That means you've got to make it to next year's Gen Con. No, you know what? If I find yours, or I guess whenever I find yours, I'll be happy to find a place to sign it. So this is what like we're looking at with the book. These are the specs and everything for it. And thanks to this and the pricing and what we would go at, I can offer some kind of interesting stretch goals here. You need to make it to GameCon Canada here in Alberta. I do. I need to plan on doing a tour. And I do actually have a tour planned if this funds for a crazy amount. Okay. So stretch goals. This is like the basic funding right here. Okay. $50,000. 2 more quests. We include 2 more quests. This would be as a printable, or if the quests are in the format that like we've been doing so far, I'm just going to print those as a zine and they're going to be included with the box itself, right? This is the scary one. At $100,000 Foundry VTT support. At this point, I'd be looking at really solidifying some things with Foundry VTT, seeing what we need to do in order to get it like kind of an official module made. All that good business, right? The other side of this, and I haven't been able to secure this just yet, but I am trying to talk with Alchemy VTT. Yeah. I also started talking with Roll20, but we haven't really started talking like main developers or anything quite like that. So to anybody that's curious, hey, is Vagabond going to be on VTT? I'm working on it. Okay, there you go. At $125,000, 2 more classes. While these classes are planned for a future expansion, this unlock means that their design process becomes a major priority to be delivered by the time the core rulebook fulfills. Note that this does not actually mean that these will be in the core rulebook, okay? These are going to be classes that will be official, you know? I'm going to be making them, yeah. Wait, I thought you were talking about Winners of the Jam not wanting your book signed. I thought you were trying to call me out for a second or something. No, what? No. Oh, see, now you're a little bit worried because you've been giving me shit, huh? Okay, at $2,500, wow, sorry, $250,000. Second bookmark ribbon. So now Vagabond would actually have 2 different like bookmark ribbons, and I think that that's kind of cool, right? $350,000. 2 more classes: the Merchant and the Aesthetic. Again, while these are classes are planned for a future expansion, this unlock means that their design process becomes a priority and is delivered by the time that the core rulebook fulfills. A part of this one is I have been wanting to get. I wanted to do this one with like as authentically as I could with some of the people that have been the most critical of the way that monks have been handled in D&D. I put this one a little bit later because this would mean that I really want to hire Daniel Kwan. I just want to like pass him a check and be like, I want to work with you for like 2 months on just talking about what you think the problems are with like monks in 5e, what as they have been represented in like every other TTRPG, and how can we make this fucking slick, right? How can we make this to feel like it's not just the pugilist, but it attacks with finesse? I wanted this to be like, what cool shit can we focus on that is inspired by like Asian influences and stuff, and do it up right, you know. So I think working with the guy who's been the most critical of the way that this has been working out in TTRPGs would be killer. And Daniel Kwan's also just cool as fuck. Yeah, I've gotten to talk with him just like, you know, one-on-one, and the guy is just an awesome personality. You're really into the monk stuff and wuxia influence too. That's yeah. So this is going to become a priority at that point. That would be hopefully delivered before January of next year. $500,000. Digital hex crawl generator tools. This tier allows us to set up the procedural hex crawl generator for the Vagabond Core rulebook as an online tool. Also, as a part of this, I forgot to add this on here. This also allows us to create a website for quickly creating Vagabond heroes akin to Scumbirther or what is it, Shadow Darklings. All right. At that point, we're able to actually like pay for the web dev, all that other good shit, in order to make the digital hex crawl generator tools that are in the core rulebook as a digital like online asset, right? Give me a Christian aesthetic monk class. This would right here allow us to like make for quick pre-gens. This is going to be a lot of digital tool sets that we would be able to host up, create, and support for years to come for the Vagabond rule set, right? You posted up your draft for your adventure, the Ruined Stone Jewel Hyacinth's channel. Oh, sick. Okay. Do you mind if I get you to look at? Oh yeah, no, that's what these streams are about, man. All right, so I wanted to do something huge. All right, you mentioned Foundry before. Any discussions with Roll22? I have begun the talks. I've begun the talks. I've begun the outreach. I am waiting to hear back from them about interest and what all that would require. I've also reached out with Alchemy to figure out what we might be able to work at there. So yeah. For sketchiness and got email. Okay, so this is if it went fucking super nuts. Okay, if it went super nuts and we wound up like doing something like this, which I don't know. I don't really have the marketing budget to really be blowing all that much money to even think it would get up close to this. But if it did, okay, then here's the deal. +5 classes to the core rulebook, including the Noble. This unlock guarantees that all unlocked classes will appear in the printed core rulebook rather than a future expansion. This means that there's 5 new classes that get added to the core game. They're in there. There would be 23 classes that are in the core rulebook. Yeah, because at this point we can adjust for the additional print cost of what's going to have a bit more bloat in the book, right? 1 million should be bathtub streamed. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that from me right now, all right? Yeah. The water is money instead. Hey, anybody want this? Never mind, I'm not. So, this unlock right here guarantees all unlock classes will appear in the printed core rulebook rather than a future expansion. this is going to bloat some stuff out, but with this much money, we'd be able to not only adjust for that, but like, that's going to be great, you know? So this is what we're kind of looking at here. What if the bathwater, what is with this? What? So that's what we're looking at here, and add-ons that people could potentially like, yeah. I need to knit a sweater taught by Biscuit Witch. Oh, Amanda, gotcha. I was like, what? Oh, yeah, what up, ML Radish? So yeah, with the add-ons. All right. These have already been made. We haven't entered into production of them, but I have seen proofs. Okay, so a Vagabond dice set from Die Hard Dice. So the reason for the dice set here is Vagabond doesn't use some dice. It doesn't use a D percentile dice. All D percentile rolls are handled by D66 rolls in the game, right? But you'll notice that it's handled by D66 rolls. Oh, well, the set only comes with like 1d6? No, it comes with 2, right? So there's a standard set of dice minus the d10s, but with an additional d6 and an additional d20. And this additional d6 and this additional d20 are different shades than the rest of the set. So this is for things like favor and hinder, or for rolling d66 tables, 2d6 tables, whatever, right? It's for helping to distinguish what they mean. Yeah. You need the percentile so that the 0 can have an eye patch over one of the zeros. Right? Yeah, so let me... Whenever I say that we've been looking at these, and like I've been working on this, y'all... One-man army here trying to handle all this. Here, let me pull this up. What do we got? Yeah. Okay, pull this one up. Here, I don't want to have the emails actually show me or anything, because that's a privacy deal. That's between me and Die Hard Dice, okay? Okay, so... These are our tests, by the way. There's one that I've kind of looked at that I was like, yeah, we want to go that route. But this is a process that takes a second. Probably landed the blind logo on the D20. I decided to keep them unmarked. Nothing custom. I really want high utility, high utility. Where'd these go? Here we go. Open with... How do I... Why won't it let me open them in... Okay. Let me look here real quick. Okay. Sorry to keep y'all in suspense here. Okay. So these were the proofs that I got in. I don't know. I'll get you all over there. So first off, here's the one that I move forward with, all right? Anticipation. Woo! Okay. So they're going to be the colors of the book. Black, the kind of schematic, I guess, whatever you say, the palette I've had is a very, like, kind of dark charcoal. And they're experimenting with different styles of flake with it in order to kind of give it a shimmer of, like, green and blue, like the kind of corpse light blue and green that I have in the book. And also have, like, the thick yellow flake, right? So this one right here, you can see this kind of like glint of blue right here. Maybe you can't see it so well right there. There's like a very, very light hint of blue. That's actually from the swirl, you know? So this is the one that I actually pushed forward as like, let's go with something like this. And then I brought up like, could we potentially look at doing, you know, alternate color sets here? For me with these, if I was to like any of these, it was going to be this over here. This blue is a little bit too royal blue for me and not enough like kind of navy in that. I know that we're kind of limited as to what we can do with a black dye, but yeah. These are way too transparent for me. That just looks like we printed like just resin dice, you know, that, yeah. Oh. I don't know where that one went. Okay. So this is what like one of the full sets would look like. And I've told them again, like, I would love to go a little bit darker with the black, not like sort of this, almost looks like a pallid black in a way. I'd love to see if we could go darker with the black and still bring out some of the flake and some of the swirl. Because, yeah, your main dice that you use is bright yellow with neon green text and orange spots gives you a headache just to use them. You love them. Oh, and the inlays are going to be white. So very white on black, but we're going to make it look pretty, right? And then here's one with like all the swirls and stuff. Okay. So, yes, I have been working on the Vagabond, like, dice, what all we would be offering with all that, right? I think that the way that we'd be able to price it out is at $10 per set. I'm going to see what they quote me next time. Again, no hard commitments, just talking with y'all because y'all like seeing the process of what's happening here. Player's Guide. Here's what I want to do with this. I want to be able to print enough of these to where I can sell them for like $5 a pop, maybe $10 a pop. Any Vagabond merch collaboration with Bad Dragon, you know? Maybe an Ogler eye stock? Maybe? Trying to think. Maybe just a giant, like, fist with a D20 in it. Like... I'm looking at doing the Player's Guide as something like a zine. Akin to... Dude, what? You're the one that asked it! It's like, oh man, have you thought about doing this thing? Well, yeah, maybe like we could, you know, whatever. And then you're like, oh man, that's sick. I'm like, what? You asked it. So, what I like... Yes! Okay, Mothership did this really well. Yeah, like a baby's arm holding an apple. Okay, what I really like about what they do with Mothership... Here, Player's Guide. This is it. Woo! Right? I love that this is super affordable. This is like a $15 book. That, like, if you're just playing the game and you don't care about all the DM-facing stuff, that's all you need right there, right? I'm trying to figure out how to make Vagabond this right here, right? Zine print, cake. I would love to do something like that because it would mean that the game is more easily affordable for people. Honestly, if anybody's trying to get out their game to more people, the only way they're going to be able to get their game out to more people is to make it affordable. So I think that something like that would be really cool. Player copies don't need to be hard copy. How do you mean? What about printed modules that size? Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's the way that I want to format the adventures, by the way. Quest folio, I don't know what this is quite yet. I'm imagining something that's like a book of different quests and stuff. Yeah. Laminated hero record or quest sheets. I don't know. We're going to see what people think about that. I'm just kind of coming up with some ideas for the add-ons there. Those are kind of an afterthought in a way. Play and class expansions. Here's the explanation as to what the classes would be. This is just me kind of writing something down here for like what VTTs do we need to support. Quick start hero records. 8.5 by 5.5 color print hero record folios for all 18 classes. this could be a thing to be added in. And I don't think that they're all that expensive to actually print. And yeah, I want to make sure that these right here are as good for things like conventions as like Shadow Dark's quick starts, you know? Cardboard standees, this is going to be hard to make done. Hard to get done. I've got another artist down here to consider about some more adventure writing and stuff. But, cardboard standees, these are kind of a dream where, like, if we can make that work out, sick. Class icon pens and stickers. Look, if I offered that, I think the manufacturing on that would not justify, like, or sorry, I think that the low amount of people who actually buy that stuff wouldn't really justify the cost it would take to set up the manufacturing and everything for it. It could be a thing that I offer later on down the line, but I think tied into this Kickstarter, I just really want to focus on the game itself. DM screen. Reason I can't offer that right now, all comes down to the fact that I don't have artwork for it. So, like, I would feel weird about offering a DM screen that I can't give you a preview for. You know, like, what I could always do is use some of the money from this Kickstarter to make one, right? Instead of saying that, like, this is guaranteed to be a part of it. I feel weird saying, like, this is a thing. Oh, yeah, no, I totally gotcha. The thing I don't want to do is tell people, you know, hey, why not just pull art from the book? Free League does it, and theirs are awesome. Free League has way more scenes than what I have. They have way more scene art than what I do. So, like, yeah, they have their big cover art that they have for the, you know, the DM screen and whatever. As a 6x9, for what I have for Vagabond's cover, it doesn't really encapsulate enough of a DM screen. What I would love to do instead is use, like, me and Maxwell will talk about crafting a DM screen. You know, I have all the stuff that I would use for the inside for the DM screen. That's going to be on the end papers of the book itself, right? And yeah, I find that less and less people are using GM screens these days. There are some people, like, this is not going to be the majority of people, by the way, but I guarantee you there are some people, because I've already seen it in some subreddits, who are picking up Vagabond because they like the solo play experience. The focus on solo play and being able to, like, play some of the old BX stuff as solo is actually getting people interested in just solo play, and they wouldn't be interested in the DM screen at all. I have thought about a solo play GM screen, where it's just like the screen that's up for you, that is telling you, you know, different rule sets or whatever. I have thought about that as, like, doing the Ruinous League solo play thing as a screen, right? So this would be printed out on, like, a little panel that, right? Curious, how many panels do you want for a GM screen to just snap it in, if you could just snap it into existence? I like Shadow Darks a lot. Here we go. So, like, I like Shadow Darks mostly because of the utility of it. Oh, later, James. Hey, man, thanks for popping by and thank you for the raid. Have a good one, dude. So look, like, I love, this is a very cake. Oh, man, these allergies, I swear. I love that it folds out like this. Okay, so look, here's the GM screen, right? Here's how it folds out. Ooh, from the center, right? And then, ooh, right? I love the low profile. I love that it's not incredibly busy. I don't ever want to see another 8.5 by 11 DM screen ever again. I hate that format of the super tall and, like, not very wide DM screen where it's like you just sort of have the box in front of you and it's like, oh, okay. Well, you all are going to the... I hate that. I hate... Yeah. I love the low profile ones. And I like Merc boards. Where's this at? Where did I put that? Is that? Yeah, here it is. Okay. But like, I like Merc boards. I like the idea of we do have this other one that we can take out right here and swap that out for something else. This is very cool, right? Perhaps. Oh, okay. Items and trinkets right there. Somewhere to drink. Oh, neat. So I can just swap that out for solo or like guided play. That's interesting. But my least favorite aspect of this DM screen is that this part of it that has stuff that you can remove and whatnot, you can't close this in and protect it, you know? Like, this doesn't fold inwards, right? And that's what I would really want, is that this version of it, if I was going to lug this around, I could throw it in my bag and be able to be like, oh, okay, well, here, we take this out now. But this can be damaged. And that's like my least favorite part of this DM screen. This is very cool looking, very on point. I love this DM screen. Very sick. But this is a utility problem, I think. Yeah. You thought about making a custom playmat? There we go. That is a bunch of information, but also is a place to roll dice. You love traditional dice trays nowadays. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, there's so many of these little, like, accoutrements, I guess we could say, about running these games that we all pick up and we're like, sick! This sounds awesome! This would be great for my games! I got one of these from Critical Machine or whatever this was. This was like an automatic dice roller thing, right? Like, I even did a video on this because I thought this was so sick. There's a D2. Roll a D2. Got it. Cool. D4. Got it. Cool. You can store the rolls right there. This actually does advantage, disadvantage. Sick. This is really intuitive. I like this idea. Unfortunately, this is complete flair. This isn't really doing much of anything other than like, aha, I have this here. I don't feel like this is more fun than rolling dice though, you know? Like, maybe it gives me an immediate answer whenever I'm doing like, oh, okay, well, what would this be like? Okay, so it's a 6, got it. And like, as cool as that looked, I kind of feel like the gimmick wasn't cool enough to really carry it, you know? Maybe if you're doing like a lot of like, you know, sci-fi feeling stuff, maybe that's super sick, but, you know. So I ordered one of their original ones, and I had talked about a couple of complaints I had about it, but like generally I thought it was a pretty cool idea. And then they actually sent me their second version of it, and I just kind of had the same feelings, you know? But the clickies tearing? Yeah, but like also these clickies. Right? I mean, choose your click. It sounded very satisfying. I mean, sure. But like, come on now. Does it handle dice rolls with a 5+ die well? You mean like a 5+ die well? I'm not entirely sure. Nor has one too. Because they look cool. Like, you might be thinking that for, you know, wasteland, spacey stuff. That's sick. It looks great. But like, you know. Practically, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Very pretty, absolutely unbalanced rolls. Yeah, and see, like... So these were, Logomancy just sent me his dice set. Like, look, very pretty, alright? Looked gorgeous, but like, everybody knows that this is a luxury item. You know, I am so much more into the utility, where like, I have metal dice sets like this that I haven't used in over 2 years. Because it was like, at the time, me thinking like, ooh, this is awesome. But now that I'm so utility based in my goddamn TTRPG like running stuff, I'm finding myself looking for reasons to get rid of anything. You know, like, what does my dice tray currently look like? Okay, so I have a bunch of D6s in here, right? I have a meeple, right? I have a die from Die Hard Dice that I was trying to get a sense of the feel for the dice that they make, right? A bunch of D4s, because I've been looking more and more at Triangle Agency. A D8s from, I don't know what set, looks like a Chessex set. And, like, that's it, you know? Like, that's been me doing Vagabond testing over there. Lots of D6s. D20, you know. I use the meeple for hex crawling. That's it, you know? Because I want the little guy, right? See? Look! If you can't handle me at my meep, you can't handle me at my Hero Forge. Right? No. Alright. You have a metal and wood set, you'll always be ending up using the cheap special. Yeah, yep. I don't get metal dice. I've been offered so many times for dice sponsorships where people are like, you know, yeah, let's join on board or whatever. Number one, I just don't take affiliate ships anymore. I don't think they're worth it. Not for the lack of quality and the stress that I have to think about whenever I'm doing a video. No, affiliate ships just they're not worth it. And then, like, number two, I try to only find the shit that I think is, like, you're gonna really use, right? Or, like, that I would actually use, you know? Some of the dice I use the most are 30 years old. You got them for almost nothing and they still work just fine. Yep, totally. All you need is a random result, you know? Let me see here. The only other thing I think I was kind of thinking about on this one, we talked about the map. The one thing that I wanted to kind of circle back in on was doing an overview of the structure. This is a Guardian, but I don't think that this Guardian is really presenting a big danger in a way. I guess it can be broken, open, or hacked. Sure. Failure and aggression will cause the turret to extend from the wall and attack. Okay, so we do have a little bit of a Guardian here. But the failure of it being on a die roll, like, if you don't pass this die roll, something will hit you or, like, attack you. I don't know that that always really has great play feel. I don't really like punishing random roll like that. If the punishment is left up to chance, I don't know that that always really has great play feel, right? How did I just wait? How on earth did I just seamlessly transition back to this after a 2-hour tangent? I'm a streamer. You want me to transition into talking about the prices of fruit right now? We could do that. I mean, by thinking about the existentialism of how rare they would be in the future whenever we don't actually have fruits, and there's such a rare commodity that, like, diamonds are actually going for cheaper because we're in space. Yeah. That's Taron's secret. To go on a 2-hour rant about, yeah, don't you die. Oh man. Now, yeah, diamonds are forever, bro. So I was thinking about doing this stream on traps and puzzles, but then I was like, you know, I wanted to get some other people in on that because I feel like traps are something that I think there's been a shift in the philosophy on, where, as I've observed, like, okay, for the last 3 months, I have been going through a crazy amount of the, like, basic expert adventures. I have like 12 of these books now that I've been going through and highlighting. You look back here, you see this one, well, maybe? Wait, shit, where'd it go? Oh, it's over there now. Okay, so there's this book. Actually, it's this one right here, right? I think that's Lost City. I've been going through to try and make observations about the way that they were designing traps back then, versus, like, the way that people are doing them these days. So, old school traps have a couple big problems. For some god-awful reason, a lot of these traps were save or die. I don't get that. Oh, later, Phoenix. We'll see you later, man. A lot of the old traps were like, either make this saving throw against this poison or you die. And that's... What? Why? Like, what did I learn from that? I interacted with a thing and it killed me. Like, that's punishing you for interacting with the thing, right? So it goes beyond this idea, like, if you hear someone say, like, oh, well, you're just not into that style. You're like, you're not good enough for that style of play. Number one, get the fuck out of here, nerd. Like, that style of play, and just, we absolutely know it does not have good play feel, okay? If that's the kind of thing that you like, I'm sorry, you're a masochist, okay? And no amount of, like, fake-ass, like, nerd-ass bullying is gonna prevent anybody from saying that this is a piece of shit part of game design, alright? Bad idea. We were learning shit along the way. We stopped doing it for a reason, okay? Yeah, there you go. Our table ran reptile got because we're Colville stands and they wiped on the Kool-Aid. Yeah. There are quite a lot of old school traps that are just like, because you entertained the game, we're going to punish you now. And like, what? Don't do that, you know? So like, with traps, a thing that a lot of people are doing these days, that I actually don't see on this one, and I do think that it's interesting to do stuff like this. The only one that I know for sure has this, hang on. It was the first one that came to my mind, but I did this on Wet Dreams. But I will show you. Here you go. All right. This is another one from Adventure Anthology because it's just that goddamn good of a book. Go check this one out. Again, Exalted Funeral did not sponsor this. I would have loved to have had them, but like it just didn't really pan out. The one of the cool things that they did with this book is right in here in showing you what happens with some of these traps and how you need to hint at them. Okay. Blanco was in here earlier. I actually ran him through this dungeon with Vagabonds. Oh, and Ked, by the way. All right. So notice something here. Checkered electrocution trap. 2-inch square tiles, or sorry, 2-foot square tiles, checkered black and white. The burnt carcass of a giant rat lies on a white tile. Stepping on the black tiles is safe. Stepping on the white tiles electrocutes the character for 1d6 plus 1 damage. Save versus wands to avoid. 5 and 6 chance of electrocution. So, notice something here. Yep, straightforward and telegraphed and everything. This is a perfect dungeon, by the way. This trap right here, awesome. Look at that. There's a giant burnt carcass of a rat that lies on a white tile. Tells you what would happen, right? So this, what you're doing here isn't telling the players like, this is exactly what goes on in this. No, what you're doing is you're showing that there's a reason to look around in the environment, right? Like you described this. Burnt carcass of a giant rat lies on a white tile. Now, this does not prevent them from knowing what does or does not activate this trap. Or, sorry, this does not tell them all the information on what to or not to step on with this trap. That information is actually given way earlier. Well, I say way earlier, about 20 feet earlier, okay? Yeah, and it lets the player who figures it out feel smart, which is a good thing. And notice another thing. This is funny, all right? There's a burnt carcass of a giant rat. You know what players are going to do with this when they see it? There's a rat body. What if we move it to a different tile, right? This gives them a little piece to like interact with, and it's fun, all right? One of the other ways that they do this, checkered blade trap. 2-foot square tiles, checkered black and white, dried blood stains sprayed around. Inspecting the walls, 4-foot long horizontal slits, 3 feet above floor level. Stepping on black tiles is safe. Stepping on white tiles activates blades from the walls, 1d8 damage, save versus wands to avoid. Walking carelessly, 5 and 6 chance of triggering the blades. So what happened here? What was our tell? Right? Dried blood stains sprayed around. A cake, all right. Now, the other thing to this is, yeah, well, you Nightcrawler through the, yeah, that's true. The other thing to keep in mind with this trap isn't built to be like, if they use a 10-foot pole, punish them. No. This trap, it has its activation. These are the rules of the trap. Let it be the trap. Don't be worrying about the ways that they're going to fuck with it, right? Just be like, you know what? Here's what the trap does, and back up. Be like, hey, if they just walk through, they might step on it and they might get stabbed, you know? That's what'll happen. And let the trap be the trap, because I swear if you do anything else to like try to cover for all these specific instances of what they could do to interact with this thing, this is gonna be way overwritten, you know? And I don't think anybody that I ran through this had a bad time. Like, people were fucking with this thing. This stopped people and got them thinking about the environment. This fucking trap room right here, this hallway, is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And we're back to give them obstacles, not resolutions. Yes. What's this book called? This is the best $15 you'll ever spend in the TTRPG hobby, okay? I don't know how expensive your medicine might be, but yeah. Adventure Anthology 1 from Old School Essentials. This is written for OSE, but it works for a bunch of different VX derivative games. If you wanted to play Basic Expert with this, guess what? Same rule set, essentially, right? If you wanted to play Vagabond with this, the damage structure perfectly aligns, and they don't hard-code it in to, like, so much of the system that it won't work with Vagabond. So, like, hey, take it from the writer of Vagabond here. I've been using Old School Essentials adventures to play test Vagabond shit with, and it fucking works. It's so good. Yeah. I honestly think a lot of the Old School Essentials stuff, like, they should really be pushing that further of, like, these can work with any, like, old derivative games. In fact, here you go. Alternatively, the classic basic expert game or other derived rule set may be used. There you go. So yeah, Jeweler's Sanctum. I actually thought about doing a video on this one, and I still might. There's several incredibly good dungeons in this series, but this is one of the ones that I think is a perfect, absolutely perfect 5-room dungeon. You could analyze the hell out of this thing, and I still might at some point. This is a... Oh my god, yeah. Cries in youth, healthcare, and disability benefits. Yeah! Hey, I've been there. I've been there, okay? I sympathize, brother. Let me see here. 5e conditions you to write answers rather than obstacles. Yep. That is the biggest problem with 5e writing versus the way that literally everybody else writes it. The dungeons that really stand out... Is that flickering again? The dungeons that really stand out to me and have, like, fan-fucking-tastic design are the ones that are just trying to present you with... Yeah, there it is! The hell are you doing in design... Or... Acrobat? Here, I don't want to, like, seize anybody out. Okay. Here we go. So, reason why we went over there to talk about that for a second is if I'm looking at this, it seems like this is going to be a thing that will activate. And as a result of that activation and failure, this turret would pop out, right? Which is just like, well, now suddenly we have to deal with this. And I think rather than doing that, you might be able to say like, you know, flashing on the screen, self-defense mechanism engaged or something like that. You know, hey, what up, Phil? You might be able to say, you know, like, yeah, self-defense mechanism currently engaged or something. And then, you know, allow them to do the, like, hacking or whatever it would take to get that to shut down, right? Yeah, he's a Phil. So it's just not telegraphing that there is a consequence, right? Like, telegraph the consequence. Let the dungeon talk, right? When I ran Wild Beyond the Witchlight 5e, allegedly, I ended up ignoring most of the text in the boxes, now that I think about it. Yeah! Read aloud text? I feel like they felt like read aloud text was actually making the game more accessible, what it turned out doing is like exacerbating anxiety, because people were like, it's gonna fuck up my continuity unless I memorize this stuff, or whatever you want to say, right? So in the read aloud text, don't worry about it, all right? For the most part, GMs are going to learn the skill of interpreting what you write down and giving the narrative in their own voice, not the voice of whoever the hell wrote the module, right? So like, let their own like sort of like chops grow, and don't force the training wheels on them, you know? Yeah, and then one thing shifts, you have to shift everything around it. Yeah. Okay, so maybe like telegraphing this a bit more. This was Station of Jeff. Let's see here. I saw your name pop up, but I was not able to memorize the NST. Okay. You unfortunately can't use 5E's trade dress without getting in some potential legal hot water. 5. What are you heading 5? Here we go. I encourage you to try and emulate more simplistic, clear trade dress rather than 5E's hyper detailed books. What I would say. Telegraphing. No established. Thank you. Okay. Telegraphing scripted dangers such as your turret in room 1. Okay, so we kind of talked about telegraphing a bit earlier. Outer ring is a rounded hallway that connects to the... one of the questions that I had, Noah, while I got you in here. So I saw that this looks like it's meant to rotate. Does the rotation have a mechanical impact on the gameplay, is what I would be kind of wondering. Because if it's intended to, this can cause a little bit of tracking that might result in a bit of poor play feel at the table. So yes, as in yes, it does spin, or yes, it does have a mechanical impact. Because, like, if I'm running a thing and I see that I need to be tracking something as a GM, like the placement of a thing, and it would kind of require that, like, I stay really faithful to that tracking and not, like, where is it now? Okay, well, it's in position 2. That means it's rotated this far, or something like that. See the table? It should be in area 2. Okay. Okay. The outer ring along the line, okay, connects to the inner rings. Can spin independently. The walls are white and have... Okay, I remember this from earlier. As separate speeds and directions. Bulbous metal protrusions on the walls can also construct a new drone. When the players enter this hallway for the first time, they are non-functional, but will activate when the characters first encounter Area 6 Firing Control Center. The drones are non-functional, or the rings spinning is non-functional? If you had a link to a digital simulation of it, maybe? Because, like, drone construction. Okay, so I would try to make that a little bit more clear if that was the case. But also, like, hazards and traps. So Jeff the AI is causing the inner and outer rings to spin at separate speeds and directions. Bulbous metal protrusions. Okay, so I don't know mechanically what that would mean right now. Like, this is telling me, like, this is a thing that's happening, right? Yeah, and separating the elements for easier parsing as well. Yeah. Um, so, like, you've written that there is a hazard or trap, and this is what it is, but not what it does, right? So, is that a thing that you've covered? Passage, the outer ring is connected via doorways to the Area 1 dock, and also has the 4 rooms that make up the inner ring. Area 3 maintenance, Area 4, okay. Door is locked magnetically. Both the inner and outer rings are being rotated separately by Jeff. Due to the rotation, the doors to the inner ring are locked while spinning and unlocked for 15-second intervals when the inner and outer rings overlap. Whenever the characters enter a doorway to an inner ring, roll 2d10 on the table to determine which room they end up in. Okay. So 2d10. Area 6. Okay. So on a range of, so we have a potential range of 2 to 20, with 2 and 20 both respectively being like 0.05%, maybe? I think that's a pretty rare roll. So what I'm curious about is there a reason why they're less likely to end up over here? Like possibly going through this door? Because it feels like this wants to be just sort of a linear table, right? Where like all the odds are like equal of rolling it, but you've gone with a bell curve die roll here. Is there a reason why they couldn't just walk over to the door to Area 6? Should be like 3%. Jeff is actively rotating the ring so that the characters won't enter it. So he's rotating the rings to try to prevent them from getting into this over here. So if the goal is to prevent passage into this right here, I guess my thought is like, he doesn't want the characters to gain control of the station. But is it like, we have it locked down, right? Locked magnetically. Okay. Trying to think. So this thing is trying to prevent them from getting into this chamber over here. And then whenever they would try to, the AI is going to take over and try to like force them somewhere else. Yeah, that's kind of what everything's kind of pushing me back towards. This feels worryingly like the Gears of Hate from Tomb of Annihilation, but I think the idea has a lot of merit if implemented properly. Having the dungeon move without it having potentially static, like, states, right? Especially if, like, the idea is to prevent them from going into a certain area, I think that there's better ways to achieve that than the system, the station or the dungeon, like, spinning rapidly, because I think that this suddenly would turn into a game of knowing that the players are going to be like, I'm going to fuck with that because it doesn't want me to go in there, and they're going to try to do everything they can to try and get in there. It is a cool concept, yeah. Like, but what I think you could do is, like, if there was a way to do, like, an override on it, right? So where, like, the AI doesn't have control of this, you could have it as, like, Maybe even like an elevator of some kind? Maybe? I don't know. Because if I look at the map and I kind of see, oh, air vents and keycard are for players splitting the party are all valid ways to enter. This is the core setback of the dungeon, though. Yeah, so my thought is we basically have the same issue I've kind of been talking about earlier with we're making a lot of keys and not a lot of gates, right? There's a lot of keys and not like, because this is meant to be barred off with a key, right? But there's also, they could crawl through the vent and just get in here. So at that point, I guess we just sort of have an AI that is being a dick, but they could just like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to get in there through a vent. Okay, so maybe there's wandering monsters that make it a little bit harder for them to get in through the vents or something, right? But it sounds like there's quite a lot of like prevent them from getting to this spot and not enough of like reward them for exploring, you know? And I this is kind of again getting into the idea of like more locks, less like, I guess, doorways in a way. Could also take inspiration from Pathfinder traps. If you move in initiative, party moves, and Jeff gets to rotate. Maybe like while they're in this hallway, you run it as combat. So this is a thing. All right, I guess me kind of, I guess talking about plans that I've got, right? And I'm not saying that this is like the perfect way to do this. This is just something that I noticed about one of my favorite dungeons I've ever read. Actually, this one right here. And me working on a system neutral version of it. Okay. So this room in particular, here we go. You all probably know the room, right? Suspended discs and geysers. Let me just read you the description real quick. Well, no, I don't want to do that because that's lame. Basically, the way that this room works, right? The discs, the discs, all that, right? You thought there was no gravity, can't the players just float into the room? Oh, wait, yeah, I guess if it's spinning, then they're not really on the ground. Or maybe that's what the like AI kind of like forces it to do, is like the gravity sets them down and then they start spinning. Maybe. Yeah, that's I mean, I'm also not a scientist, so yeah. If it's moving fast enough, then timing the impulse to jet through would be hard. Yeah, it feels like there's a cool cinematic moment that you really want to have happen there that you're trying to express in game mechanic. The spinning floor shouldn't affect the characters. So they're getting a random door put in front of them. Okay. Then I think that, I mean, Yes, random door is in front of them. Then I would say that most likely that the AI is never going to put that one door in front of them. Yeah, then I think that your objective would be to never put that door in front of them and just have the random door kind of like go. But I don't know really a lot of like what is the compelling decision making that's happening with that, you know? At least my thought. Like, what's the interesting decision of like, well, I guess we go in that one, or I guess we don't go in that one, you know? But talking about this real quick. So, okay. Geysers and chains. This is such a cool puzzle that they haven't really executed right. I don't think they've executed it well. And I tried to challenge myself to redesign that puzzle because it's so fucking cool. It is a great idea for a dungeon, but I just don't think that they quite hit the mark with it. Some of the reasons why, this is one of the few moments in which they go instead from like every turn and that kind of wording into like once every 3 minutes, and then one goes off every like 5 minutes or something. And like, that's just a headache. It's just a headache to track. Let's not do time anymore. We know that this is supposed to be a like big cinematic fantasy thing, right? So I like the idea that the trap should be on its own clock of some sort. So what I did, this is like my take on what this dungeon room would be. So there's 9 wooden discs suspended by chains 50 feet above a pool of boiling mud. 2 geysers erupt with steam and muck. Boiling mud, at the start of their turns, being in the mud, take 35, 10d6 fire, and gain 1 fatigue. This is gonna kill you. This is intended to kill you. If you fall off the discs and into the mud, that's what that's supposed to do. But there's more interaction to potentially not doing that, right? If you're prepping for it, it's pretty easy to avoid this. Now, geysers. This was originally just sort of created as a, like, there's intense heat, and every time that one blows off while they're near this thing, they have to make a dexterity saving throw or fall off into the pit or whatever. I always thought that there were better ways that they could have accomplished this. And the fact that these were going off like once every 3 minutes just didn't really mean much of anything, you know. Sometimes, like, you could probably be playing a game in which, like, these just don't really go off. And this could still technically happen with the redesign that I did on this, but yeah. So, run as a combat, assigning the geysers the first turn. Each of the geyser's turns, roll the die shown for the geyser. Whenever a die rolls a 1, the corresponding geyser erupts. When this occurs, all beings in the room take damage from the burst of intense heat. This is always at least d4 fire, but maybe more depending on a being's distance from the geyser, as shown in the damage eruptions table right down here. Instead of saying like, well, you're now 10 feet away from this one, you're now 20 feet away, yada yada yada. We understand this. This is represented, and like, are they right here? That's how much damage they're taking. Cool. Like, let's not get into the nitty gritty of like, yeah, whatever. Additionally, if a geyser deals damage to a being on a disc or climbing the walls, they must make an endure save with a penalty based on their distance, as shown in the following table. On a fail, they fall into the boiling mud. So, I love everything that this one wants to be. But I do think that it needed a little bit of, like, practical fixing here. And knowing that there are mechanics and tools that we have to play with, and not these abstractions of what time is to us, I think works out better in theory. So, like, with this one, now, instead of, like, specifically having to wait, like, is it going off this round? Who knows? This was originally not run as a combat. Now it's like, okay, 6 and a 3, we're good. Okay, upcoming turn. Ooh, geyser 8 just went and launched some stuff up. So, the rules apply, right? Okay, 4 and 5, we're all good this round. Everyone do your moves, do what you need to do. 2 and 2, everyone's still good. Okay, 5 and 2. Ooh, there's a 1 right there on the D6. So that one blows up, right? So, I think that trying to get away from the ideas of, like, having to mentally track the positions of things, trying to find ways for the game to kind of keep itself accountable is maybe the better route there. Yeah, the characters can just put 1 person at every door if they can't, which is why it's locked. If they get it unlocked, they'll get just to start the firing sequence and the party is split. Okay, so the AI, if it's aware that they're in here, it'll just set off the thing and blow up the world. Cause like I like this idea a lot for what you have here. I like so much about the premise. This is very, very cool. That's the climax. Okay. So I really, really do like the premise here. But I'm kind of curious why Jeff wouldn't just blow up the world the moment that he realized that there were people on board. You know? If it was like, you all need to stay away or else I'm going to blow up your world, it could be like, oh, well, who cares? If you're going to be up here, okay, here it goes. Right? Like, they don't have anywhere to go to now. If Jeff is just kind of fucked because they're just going to keep messing around in here, well, then, like, he's got to exact on that threat. How does he, or I guess it's Jeff is, well, it's funny because Jeff is actually as binary as you could possibly get. This feels like a Tin Candle style dungeon. Like All Hope Is Lost style, like horror kind of tragedy. I think that the idea of this ultimate weapon being a thing that could be fired and all that stuff. What's Tin Candles? Where are you? I can smell you. Oh my god, it's another game. I was just gonna be cool and pull the book out and be like, yeah, it's this one right here. I don't know where the hell it is right now. I've got it somewhere over here. Yeah, when the candles go out, the AI blows up the world. Yeah. What if Jeff can't actually destroy the world, fails to activate? And then they have a GLaDOS taunting through the dungeon. Yeah, what if he has it, like, misaimed, and, it actually, like, fires off randomly out into space, but the concussive force is enough to, like, jettison this, this ship down to, like, the planet, right? It's just like... That's kind of what the boss fight is. Rather than fighting Jeff, you fight the firing sequence. Okay, so... I think the scope and the stakes that you went with here are cool. I really do. But I think the stakes are so big that, like, it feels like... It feels like it's really hard to justify as huge as the stakes are with kind of as compact as this dungeon kind of is, in a way. I'm trying to think of how to justify that. Like, what I kind of mean by that. I think you've gone with such massive stakes on this that some of the ideas that you've had in here, like the gimmick of the shifting, ever-shifting whatever thing, the ever-shifting rings, like, if that's this thing's only defense against, like, a world-ending device, like, to protect it or whatever, and then, like, if it notices the heroes are, like, getting in here, then it's just gonna set off the device. I'm trying to understand the narrative stakes, really, to it, you know? And why the stakes aren't always in favor of the AI here, right? So, like, what do we have, like, a good twist? Like, what's our surprise, our trick, our setback, you know? Because for right now, it feels like it's supposed to be a stealth mission, and if they fail the stealth mission, the AI just blows up the world. And yeah, if it knows it can't actually do it. The extinct species operate. Okay, the characters enter this room for the first time. Jeff will activate the station's firing sequence, taking 2 minutes to charge before destroying the planet below. Okay. So they can attempt to control it. So then there's a cushion, I guess. And then when it can't, it tries to fire. That's its core protocol is to prevent the station from falling into the hands of all other races by any means necessary, including destroying the planet below. Control the station in zones. So if the core idea of the AI is to protect this, I guess I'm trying to get a little bit more into the concept here. Like, what's the um, what if the station like fails to fire, but in doing so and even trying to charge it up, the station drains all of its power. And it's like there wasn't really this massive stake in it, right? It sounds really scary, but like all the while, the subversion is actually like it's so ancient and old, it didn't really have the juice to get this done. And whenever it tries to like and fire, and just suddenly everything just stops. All power, whatever. And now Jeff is operating on reserve power, and it's like I'm stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me, kind of a quandary. Um, Potentially leading Jeff to just crash the ship down or something. Something goofy like that. Um, because I don't think that the read Area 4 and Area 8 real fast, okay? While not designed to sustain long-term inhabitants by the alien species that built it, some small quality-of-life elements are included, such as a game table, artificially printed food storage, a cooking range, a bedroom with bunk beds, and an attached bathroom. Ideal for any short-term maintenance crew, though far less than for the half-dozen pirate bodies within. Okay, encounters 5 dead, badly burnt humanoids lie scattered on the ground. Zirin has barricaded himself into the bedroom to the left. Few minor weapons. Okay. Piece of currency can be found looted from the bodies. The door can lead back to the outer ring of a secret lair, or air duct can take the players to any room in the inner ring. Okay. Secret revealed by actively looking around. Players can find a vent in the room with a large air duct that they can fit in. I would just go on ahead, instead of saying that like these are secrets, if they can see the air ducts, like if they're looking around, whatever, then like they see it, right? This provides a secondary roleplay challenge while continuing the rising / actions of Corvette. Okay, so Zirin wants... He's a human space bandit who's boarded the station to find his weapon stash. His crew was killed by Jeff's drones. He's in a lone barricaded for 2 weeks. Wants revenge to kill Jeff and to take the station himself. Okay? So, you meant 5 knots... Wait. You meant 5, not 5. I think we got more typos going on. Jeff has ED, eradication dysfunction. 5. A quarter of the inner ring is dedicated to maintaining life. A large machine on the left side actively keeps the station in orbit. Okay, the machine on the left can be hacked to turn off or on a gravity-generating spin and pressurize the environment with breathable air. A few minutes after this occurs, Jeff will deactivate the life support features. Jeff remotely maintains the orbit with this machine. If Jeff has destroyed, the station will begin to fall and burn up in the atmosphere within a few minutes. Orbit can be maintained manually by a character in this area. Okay. Can lead back to the outer ring. Temporary solution to some difficulties in the station is tricks and setbacks, surviving the aftermath of the revelation. Okay. Yeah, it is temporary, but then like what if Jeff knows that this is going on, why doesn't Jeff suddenly just blow the planet up, right? But it's all good. How much longer do you think you'll need Jeff for? Okay, it'll only be a little bit longer. It'll only be a little bit longer. And then the bottle will be up tomorrow. Okay, so like The thing that I think is happening right now is that your stake, at least the intent, the goal, whatever we want to say for Jeff, is Jeff just has too much power. Oh, later, Phil. See you later, man. Um, Jeff just has too much power and seems to think that no matter what, it is always the optimal solution. That if I'm threatened, it's time for me to just, you know, at least by what I've seen in here, it's time for me to just detonate the gun or whatever, right? The control room for the extinct species to operate the station from. The station can be moved or activated from this room. Room is well lit. Okay, when the characters enter this room for the first time, Jeff will activate the station's firing sequence. Takes 2 minutes to charge. Right. Okay, we read that. Um, yeah, I just think that the stakes are way too high, and you have a villain here who, yeah, he can be destroyed or spared. You have a villain here that has simultaneously too much power and like not enough agency. It feels like too much and not enough agency, right? Um, on my read, it kind of feels like it's a stealth mission or it's a fun house where Jeff just kind of fucks with the players. But like, at least I would think that if an NPC had this much power, the first thought is just like, okay, if you don't leave, I'm programmed to like destroy the planet, right? And if they don't leave, then he destroys the planet. Like, so I think the stakes might be the problem here, or like the scope of the power. And I would probably try to reel that in more instead of it being an apocalypse, um, something that we know is not great. And I honestly think the idea that it's a false kind of calamity is the much better idea here than this like, oh well, if he blows it up, that there goes the charge, like that. Okay, well there goes any reason that we had to do this thing. So like, okay, what now, right? It doesn't. This feels like this is so campaign ending that I think the stakes are just not really a great mesh for like plugging it into any kind of system and really, yeah. Um, so yeah, I guess that's my thoughts there. Is like I would try to reconsider the scope. Um, Try to because I don't think that the problem is necessarily all in the dungeon. I think that a lot more of it relies on kind of the power that Jeff here has and the logic behind what Jeff would be doing with that power. Like, at my first read, that's kind of what I go with on that. But I am very interested to see people entering in sci-fi stuff into this, for one. For two, I think the idea here has a lot of merit. This is sick. Cool. Recognizing that it has, like, there is this magical weapon here or what the hell ever. Sick. But it just feels a little bit too easy for this NPC to always resort to destroying shit, Um, at least as an AI. Yeah, it just seems like if it's programmed to do this thing, it's going to probably do that thing. Unless we come up with a false, dilemma here. Yeah. I like Jeff, yeah. But yeah, thanks for the submission, and I'd like to see what all kind of happens with it as we're kind of going forth and talking more about this, like, in the jam. Okay, so Wade. Wade. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Let's see here. Oh yeah, totally. Mr. No Face Zero. Hey, welcome. Okay. So the adventure structure, okay. Hired to break into a museum and steal a famous cursed jewel. The best time to break will be at the night of the eclipse of the eclipse meteor shower. Okay. I was just curious. The first thing I would think immediately is I'm kind of like, oh, why is that? You know, why the night of the eclipse of the meteor shower? Might be able to develop on that a little bit more, but yeah. Infiltration. The manor is almost deserted, as many have gone to watch the meteor shower. Okay, so there we go. Players must either break or bluff their way into the museum and find the jewel. Jewel is locked with a puzzle and must get solved to get out. Okay, the players with the jewel are now extremely unlucky. All rooms in the museum now have additional encounters. Dinosaurs suspended. Okay. Gusts of wind shatter ancient urns and unleash angry ghosts. Dwarven thieves tunnel out of the ground and steal back the ancient crowns. Okay, I like that. Misunderstood conflict. Once outside the manor, a lookalike thief runs past. The players can either fight to talk to the guards who are pursuing. During conflict, meteors will fall and the unlucky players, creating an environmental hazard. What? Like we suddenly leave and probably because this jewel is like it tied into the meteor shower somehow. Okay. The job contractor is revealed as the lord of the manor. The party is rewarded in gold in the gym, which is now theirs. Okay, so the party is contracted to like do some like security testing of some kind, and they're told that they need to go and break into this thing. Okay. Now, okay, so I was looking for level expectation. Maybe that would be one of the things I was kind of curious about. The players have been hired by an anonymous client to steal the ruined stone from Hopkins Estate Museum through a trusted intermediary. The heist will take place during a meteor shower as the night that Hopkins will be hosting a ball, and because of this, the museum will almost be entirely unguarded. Job players must break or bluff their way into the museum, steal the ruined stone, and only the ruined stone, not killing anyone, and flee without being detected. Once complete, the party can meet the client at the drop point and receive payment. Okay, so not kill anyone. I would say, like, maybe specify, like, they can't kill guards. You know, like, no, they just don't want the curse anymore. Oh! Gotcha. Okay, that's good. Okay, wait. This feels familiar. I think there was a was it a cartoon that did this? Where it was like a jewel that, oh my god, what was it? There was a jewel that you were cursed by it until someone else stole the jewel from you, and then they got cursed. That sounds like what this is kind of like, in that similar vibe. I don't know where the inspiration comes from, but I fucking love the idea of like, oh yeah, that's the asshole. Okay, so the Curse of Ruined Stone. The jewel has no match in its beauty and has been the downfall of many great people over the ages. As the greater the owner, the harder, the faster they fall. The jewel curses any player that holds it with extremely bad luck whenever the holder rolls a 20 on an attack, ability check, or saving throw. Oh, okay. They must re-roll the die and take the new result. Wow. Okay. In addition, players near the gym find their, the gym is based on the Kohinoor from India, now in the Queen's Crown. Okay. Okay, in addition, players near the gym find their, failings. There we go. Let me get zoomed up on that. Find their failings hit them a little bit harder. Players who fail skill checks or saving throws near the jewel gain additional negative effects, in addition to what could normally have happened. Make the extra effect humorous, minor setbacks, or use the chart provided below. Okay, nothing happens. Okay. Brain ankle loose hidden movement. Okay. Rerolling that 20, so like it could be frustrating to some. Yeah, if they're meant to be humorous, then I would kind of leave it at that. Curses in general, I'm hesitant on really, like, if it gets any further beyond, like, it takes up an attunement slot, like they do in 5e, or, like, you turn into a lycanthrope, and in some ways that could be, like, benefiting you, then, like, I get it, it's a cool bit of fantasy, and, like, you know, but I think unless the player is, like, willing to take that on, it's kind of meh. Whenever you roll a 20 on an attack check, ability, or saving throw, so this is very 5e wording. That's exactly 5e wording. So I would try to get rid of this. Whenever the player rolls a critical, something like that, they must re-roll the die and take the new result, because here's something you should know. You've put rolls a 20 on an attack, ability check, or saving throw. Not all of these in system neutral content are going to be a critical success. This could actually be a critical failure. Lots of systems go roll under. It's pretty popular. Yeah, you did a curse once where rolling a 13 is what triggered it. That was fun. Yeah, and then, like, you know, if you roll that with, like, roll under, that's a bit more like, oh, okay, well, I guess I get, you know. So, yeah, consider that. If we're going system neutral, triggering off of a crit like that is kind of you might even say, like, whenever the holder makes a check with it, or the holder can't make checks with advantage. Something like that. You know, okay, okay, well, that's the bad part of it. Okay, I can't make checks with advantage. That's already really rough. Rogues? Oh, God, that hurts. Ow, 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 right? The Hopkins Museum tonight. The Hopkins estate is open to any that fit the dress code with invitations being checked at the manor door. The museum is 300 feet away from the manor, and a few guests that seem to be paying any attention. Gaining entry to the museum is a player's first task, which should not be too hard, as there are many different approaches possible. Okay, I'm skimming real quick. Hang on. Okay. Bluff the Garden Tour Guide. Okay, so you might just list off that, like, what the areas are that they could get in through, because this is just like, this is coming up with answers, right? We were talking about how, like, a little bit earlier about how to, whenever you're designing these dungeons, stop thinking about the answers to your problems and just think about the problems, right? So this could be like, you just list off a couple of ideas here. Yes, that, like, there is a skylight here. Yes, sneak behind and lockpick a window. Well, like, they could always do that. That's covered by the system, right? Climb up to the rooftop and descend through the skylights. Could just be the skylights, which put them at area this. Attack and knock out the guards. They could always do that. That's covered by the system. That's got its own rules. These are things that we don't necessarily need to, like, load in a bunch of the answers on, right? So it's kind of the similar advice as to everybody else. They're made to be ideas. Should I remove them? They're just not really necessary, because, like, let players think of this stuff, you know? Or if they do that, like, they can lockpick any of the windows. Like, there's plenty, you might even be able to say, there's windows into areas XX, whatever. You know, whenever we're spelling it out like this, it just tends to not be totally necessary. Like, climbing to the roof and descend through the skylights. Skylights lead to area 12. Sneak and lockpick a window. Windows lead to areas 4, 5, and 7. Okay, so that gives me a lot more information in a smaller block, right? It's a lot easier for me to read that than sneak behind and lockpick a window. Okay, but I could always do that, I guess. But where are the windows going, right? It's simultaneously telling me too much information and not enough, if that makes sense. Bluff the guard and tour guide. They can do that too. Players are party guests here to look around. Okay, so again, it's like a lot of this stuff is just sort of like preemptively giving you the answer instead of letting you kind of come up with it. And that's where the fun really is. Does it make a difference if this is for DM only and not players? I mean, that's just kind of assumed. Like, yeah, the DM is going to be reading this. It's like, I don't ever assume a player is going to be seeing anything about an adventure unless it's written for them, right? So like all of this, the fact that this is saying like, okay, so to send through the skylights, where do those go, right? There are skylights into areas 3 and 2, right? Lockpick a window. There are windows leading into areas X, Y, Z, something like that, right? And honestly, another thing with this is because you want this thing stolen, you should make it suspiciously poorly guarded, you know? Why would they even have to lockpick the windows? You know? Like, this is part of the fun that can, like, unravel around, like, why did they want us to steal this gym? You know, it's like, oh, wait, what? It's not locked. Wait, what? Okay, cool. Well, that's easy. Let's just get in there. This gets players that aren't suspicious, right? Here's the deal. This is not punishing, quote-unquote, dumb players. This is more of a play on toying with unsuspicious players. You know, most every player is going to be suspicious. So this is kind of a like, what? Wait, what? The window wasn't... We got in? That was it? Okay, cool. Like, and the moment they start feeling like this is too easy, they're going to feel smart. Because then if there's a subversion of that, cool. Then they feel it coming and then they're like, I feel very smart. Yay. That gym was really cool, but like, nope. We like our lives as they are, you know. Okay. The lobby, comfortably decorated room, with a receptionist behind a desk and a guard standing next to the emergency bell. Both are non-hostile, but become alert at the sight of the characters. Okay. Okay, so there are two different states going on with this dungeon, where they go in here now, before the alarm has been sprung, everything's kind of like, okay. Secretly drinking and are now tipsy. These could be handled by a single element marker, right? Guards, they're non-hostile because they're currently drunk, right? Look at editing and don't necessarily think that you have to cover all these different branches, you know? You might think that there's like a whole big interlocking kind of thing that goes on here. Try to see how simply you could express it, you know? Try to reduce this down to like 1 or 2 room elements. Make sure that these are bolded to tell people like what this is currently referring to. A guard sitting next to an emergency bell. Both are non-hostile. Or, well, I guess I should say 2 guards sitting next to... Wait. Receptionist behind a desk. Oh, there we go. Okay. And the guard. Okay. So the receptionist and the guard sitting next to an emergency bell. Both are non-hostile, but become alert at the sight of characters. Okay. I would just say, like, both are non-hostile. Like, just go with that, you know? Or, like, that could be covered in a... that could just be covered as a room element, and I'll kind of show you what I mean. Let me do this. Okay, here. Let me pull this up over here. Make a copy of this. File, make a copy. Thank you. Okay. Why does this not give me that? . text, paragraph styles, borders and shading. Get rid of this. Thank you. 0. Okay. Why'd you keep that? Sorry, I'm trying to do a quick copy paste job. Okay, sick. I'm going to pull this up over here. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm kind of... Yeah. Okay. Now... Okay. A comfortably decorated room with a receptionist behind a desk and a guard sitting next to an emergency bell. Both are non-hostile, but become alert at the sight of the characters. Okay. It's the lobby. Okay, so we're going to go 1, lobby, and reception. Okay. Comfortably decorated room with a receptionist behind a desk. Okay. A well decorated room. Well decorated entry. I guess it's like foyer, lobby, whatever. So first off, if these don't have a mechanical impact, we might be able to say like we need to clip this, this, or this. Why is it? Oh. Like a comfortable, well decorated room. Maybe that could be there, maybe it doesn't need to be, but yeah. We know it's a lobby and reception, so we could trust our GMs to narrate that in some capacity, right? Receptionist behind a desk, a receptionist, and guard. Two of the staff of the museum are intoxicated. And maybe, okay, so, in the middle, and a guard sits beside emergency bell. Both are noticeably intoxicated. Sure. Okay. Now I would be looking at this as, okay, so here's what's in here, right? The receptionist, need to bold that. Desk in the middle of a room. The guard sits behind an emergency. Okay. This should probably be bolded and have some kind of an interaction in here, right? Early layout. Wait, your doc was just meant to be a drafted text. He hadn't done any start. Oh no. I still just like, you know, for the critique, just showing like what kind of just the readability of it is really kind of what I'm looking at. So the transitions and what that would need to go to, yada yada. Hazards and traps. This should probably cover your emergency bell. If activated, right, vision and terrain, whatever that needs to be, your magic effect. It doesn't sound like it's going to happen here. Encounters, receptionist, and guard. Easily persuaded. Maybe something like that. Okay, now tomorrow the tour guide. Here's what I would look at possibly doing for something like that. I don't think the vision and terrain has any major impact on this right here, so we're just going to clip that. And then you would need your passages, sure. Cyrus, in his late teens, Cyrus is more interested in turning pages than swinging his sword. Cyrus loves learning and wishes to become a historian more than anything. What noble family do you come from? Did your family fight in the Battle of the North conflict? Okay. Isn't there a historian to teach others at any cost? Once cursed. Okay. We have an overdeveloped NPC now. So this is, if you're expecting them to go in like heavy on the roleplay, this is, unless this has a significant impact on the overall, like, the adventure itself, then, like, this is very fluff. And I don't know that, like, if we're trying to deliver a pretty concise package like this, that fluff is really necessary here. Especially whenever, like, this doesn't really apply to an interaction in the dungeon in some capacity. Like, if this doesn't really hold too much weight as to, like, specifically how to overcome a puzzle or potential monsters, alerting the players to something that happens later on, right? Then, like, this should probably look at getting cut. This is mostly a 5e holdover for a lot of people. If you've written a lot of 5e stuff and you're looking at, like, oh, okay, well, now whenever I'm coming up with an NPC, I have to give them this whole lore and background and everything. And I don't know what the hell that is on my arm right there, but it was itchy. I guess I got bit by a mosquito. Don't really worry so much about fleshing out all the stuff with your NPCs. You got them. I want to know some things in particular. This is going to be NPCs, okay? What is their desire? This can be listed in the dramatis persona, and only flesh this out if the NPC plays a very key role in your dungeon. Rule of thumb: if your dramatis personae goes any further than is any longer, there we go, than one page, clip it. If you go any further than this, especially for the kind of project that we're working on with this, you have overwritten. That is, it's overwritten at that point. So look at something to clip back, right? NPCs you might think are like the big, this is what my players are playing for. They want to engage with all these NPCs and everything. Honestly, not really. That is more of what like heavy narrative systems would probably do. And the thing that you need to focus on for something like this is just getting the information out to the GMs about why is this NPC important, not why should they care about this NPC, right? Yeah, there we go. What is their desire? What is their... What was that? Yeah. Their desire, their... what is their relationship? Okay. Desire, objective, relationship. Desire, what are they trying to do here? What is their plan? Right, whatever. If it's just that, like, they're a guard, what are they trying to do here? Be a guard, do their job. Then it's like, oh, well, then do we really need to flesh this guy out? What is their objective? To be a guard. Okay. What is their relationship? He's employed by the guy. Then this isn't really worth a page, right? So only flesh out the NPC if it plays a very key role in your dungeon. Rule of thumb: if your dramatis persona is any longer than one page, clip it. What you got to figure out what their desire is, what their objective is, what is their relationship. If none of these have an interesting or compelling idea, then don't worry about that NPC. Whatever, they are a faceless dude that is there to maybe take a bullet. You know, like it doesn't need to be incredibly deep on your dramatis persona. There's drinking and are tipsy. Okay, so like the fact that they're drunk is enough to where like we have a fun encounter. Whenever they get in, this guard and this tour guide, this is also giving the players a little bit of a softball here. If they just go straight in the doors, which is kind of a fun subversion, you've got these two like should be like sentinels here who are just like, the hell are you guys doing here? Go, like, come back tomorrow, man. You know, like, God, no, I made myself yawn. Damn it. So you've got that fun idea, and then alternatively, once they're going through the areas, once cursed, then you have a flip of the script and something else is going on, right? Go with that angle. Weapons collection. Weapons taken in battle from unique cultures are displayed here. Each weapon has a plaque detailing which battle it came from. Okay, so they have a chance to potentially get some other weapons? Or have they been told? Only the Ruin Stone. Okay. This would be super funny. Tempt them with that, right? Like, that's so funny. Tempt them with the idea that there's these other, like, yeah. The guard and the receptionist pretended to be opposites. The guard cares about the job, and the receptionist is world tired. Yeah, and that sounds like you're thinking a lot more about the roleplay and, like, bonding side of it than, like, you know, like, it sounds like you're trying to build them up to be, like, NPCs that are compelling in a sense. And, like, that's fine, but, like, for the purposes of this dungeon, I don't think we're really super concerned about, are the players going to get attached to these characters, right? It's more so about, like, does the dungeon run, and can I plug it into whatever I need it to be plugged into, right? Like, that's the core, that is the understanding of the assignment right there, right? Well, now, magic eggs displayed here are eggs of all different sizes. Taken from many different species. The sign in the middle says no touching eggs, magic beasts inside. Many eggs are inert, but one labeled Phoenix has a fire inside. Okay, the characters are lucky enough to witness the birth of a new Phoenix. It rises from the ashes of the egg in a wave of fire. The fire deals moderate damage, halved on a successful death save. Okay? Moderate damage, you can assume that, like, I'd say from something like this that sends out, like, a burst of fire, like, 3d6 fire damage, half as much on a successful death save. Also, like, is it just all that are in the area? This is what happens, or whenever they enter the area, that's what happens, right? So, like, when does this trigger? Let's talk about the timing, the sequencing of all that. Vases and urns. The room contains 3 tombs, 5 urns, and an assorted treasures, all taken from the last owner of the gem. The tombs appear to be the children of the king's children. The urns' occupants were killed with the job of serving their lord in the next life. Okay, once cursed, a strong wind slams the window open and knocks the urns off their shelves. 5 ghosts rise from the shattered pots with a mission to protect their lord. Okay, I will give you a heads up right here. Actually, this stat block is kind of fucking scary. Just generally for most fantasy stuff. I would say maybe list a specter or a haunt, maybe even a shadow, right? A ghost for most BX derivative adventures punches really goddamn hard. They're one of the very few monsters that can literally, like, age you, and because of that, like, I mean, in Vagabond, I made them give you fatigue Like, I knew that, like, the whole thing of aging things was never really, like, a quote-unquote mechanic. It just always felt terrible. But, like, in Vagabond, I just decided to go, like, we're going to start knocking off the fatigue. So, depending on what level you're trying to go at with this, when you have a Phoenix in here, you have ghosts, I guess finding the intended level, right? Finding out what the intended level this is supposed to be. I don't know that I would hit them with ghosts straight up. Protecting their lord, the urns get knocked off the shelves. Yeah, maybe think of like a specter. And often the ghosts actually hit so hard, I see a lot of people that opt to use like fucking whites instead of ghosts. One of my games, the party horse got aged. Why is that so fucking funny to me? The party horse got aged in death. Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, I would try to like figure out a different monster for this. Something else that can represent it. Shadows, whites, even 5 whites is scary. Especially if we're assuming aggression here because they need to like protect their lord. This needs to be shadows or specters. Something that isn't gonna literally like age the characters by 200 years. Like one of them is already doing like, what is it, D4 times 10 years? Oh great, I'm 30 years older now. Great. Now I'm now 60. You know. If I had aged like that just then, you all would have witnessed fucking miracle. Or, I don't know, curse? Whatever. They'll play with the numbers. Yeah. There was also more. I want to say there was a creature called the Haunt that if you decide to go with like lower level adventure with this, you might go with a Haunt. It's a BX creature that never really made it into 5th edition. And they're ghosts and they have the frightening effect, but they don't deal damage and they can't take damage. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what that's in, but check that out if you're interested. Yeah, you're salty that there isn't a spirit stat block, but it's just a commoner, but spooky. Yeah, it's a Haunt. It's basically what you're looking for. Royal portraits. The room holds the portraits of kings and queens from the past 200. Okay, I'm guessing that's going to say years. Unlike other rooms, this room is... Wow, that got loud! Is lushly decorated with thick carpets and fancy magic candles. Okay. Intimate mood, which helps you to better connect with the long-dead tyrants. Okay. So this feels like this is incomplete. I'll skip ahead for right now. Dwarf gold. This room contains gold that was taken from a dwarf hold when it was sacked 50 years ago. And the king and his men with a golden crown, placing pride in the center. A sign reads that the crown once belonged to the dwarf king. Okay. Set of stones rumbling can be heard from below. Oh, because the fucking dwarves are going to be tunneling through here. Oh, that's super funny. Yeah, at this point, like, whenever they tunnel through, and the players are going to be like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be bad luck. Dude, you guys take the crown. Like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, fuck colonialism. Go for it. Here, in fact, we'll fucking gift wrap it for you. Like, I think that's just one of those times where it's like, wait, no, this is sick. You guys go for that. Oh, wait. One of their objectives is that nothing else gets stolen, huh? Yeah, fuck it. By this time, the way that this would work out, they'd be like, fuck this dude. Fuck this owner here. What the hell did he give us? You know, yeah. Dinosaur room. Okay, pteranodons. Impressive, but the chains holding them up appear to be rusted. Bones and remains of creatures called dinosaurs. Okay, so here's... Okay. I've seen like some I've seen some adventures actually call them like terror lizards or like tyrant lizards or thunder lizards, you know, thunder beasts, something like that, rather than say, you know, dinosaur. But you know, that's your call. Absolutely. Um, how's it going? How's the Sunday creation? Oh, we're good. We're good. We're actually doing some critiques tonight. But yeah, welcome, welcome. You expected that to be a Canadian accent? I don't know why. I'm not sure. Okay. Bones and remains of creatures called dinosaurs are displayed here as they line the walls, and 3 boneless birds hang from the ceiling. Okay. Boneless birds? Holding them up appear to be rusted. They do not. Okay, they have not been cleaned or polished in a while. Dex save or take moderate damage. So once they run through here, suddenly they're just like, oh fuck! Okay, that's kind of funny. Especially if it's like centered on the this is almost some Final Destination shit. Yeah, if it's centered on the person that has the ruby, oh, that'd be so funny. Plus it's a really cake way for you to negotiate like who that falls down on. Skylight, it's large but locked. Next to the skylight stands a sturdy lightning rod. The lightning rod, okay, and then once cursed, it'll strike and snap the rope. And what rope? Snap the rope. As if like a rope that they were using to get in, maybe? I'm not sure what that was referring to. Large dragon statue, tomb of the king. Old king sits on a sarcophagi. Large tomb inlaid with gold and diamonds. The story of the king's rise and fall is displayed. Okay, something about kingdom and gem. The grave and his children reward for his cruelty in the gem. Okay, it's heavy, requires strength to open. On fail, it takes 1 minute of lifting. Makes a loud noise when opened. You might include like roll for wandering monsters if you're gonna do that. Inside is a zombie-like remains of a dead king. Okay, so this is the jewel. Gotcha. Okay, it took me a second. I realized I was like popping back and forth between like what state the thing was in. Okay. Jim, he took it from another king and he despised, whose name would be cursed. He spat on his grave and his children, and the reward for the cruelty was this gem. The lid is heavy and requires a strength check to open. On a fail, it takes 1 minute of lifting. Okay. So, yeah, include the wandering monsters thing if possible, or I guess necessary here. Statue was gold and jade and cannot be removed or damaged in any way. The stone base has a plaque on it. Ragmar the dragon, he shall be protect the royal line until they are bone and ash. Is there any reason it can't be removed or damaged in any way? Because they sure as shit will be trying to do that. This is a real old school way of writing this stuff. Cannot be moved or damaged in any way. I'm telling you what they're going to wind up doing is they're like, oh, then we really need to take that. So we're going to break the stand off and then rip it with it and take it whatever. It's just not, it's not really practical to keep writing in stuff like this. Moved or damaged in any way. I mean, just like, it's a statue of a dragon. Cool. Yeah, let it be that. You shall protect the royal line until they are bone and ash. Okay. Museum plaque. The gem is attracted to the rich and power. Hit resolution 3. There are multiple ways to solve this solve this puzzle and gain access into the ruined stone. Burning the king and his kids' bodies in room 4 until they are bones and ash will fulfill the dragon's duty, releasing the gem. The player can commit the same foul acts the king committed to get the gem. The fuck? He spat on his grave and his children, and the reward for his cruelty was the gem. So, acts of cruelty? The curse is strongest on the rich and powerful. By stealing gold from the museum, the players can become rich enough to attract the gem. Okay. drops on the back of jewelry. A group of guards of a Cleric Winston, Vandals, and enough guards for a difficult fight to come charging up. Okay. Okay, so here's the problem. Like with critiquing this right now, there is, it's still not complete. As so far as what you're doing right here with the possible puzzle solutions, it's still a bit too kind of scattered to really know like what to really assess on this right here. I will say, if I've learned anything from running a shitload of games that has required like, hey, the solution right here is to desecrate something, they're gonna pee on it. I mean, players are gonna be like, I'm gonna poop on it, I'm gonna pee on it, and that, you know, so like be expecting that, you know, that, and that's fine. Like, I guess that'll work. So yeah, I would try to, so again, you were trying to create multiple options to solve the puzzle. Some are better developed than others. Yeah, so if we worry too much about the answer, then our problem kind of falls apart, right? So, like, let this be a vague kind of thing. It's attracted to acts of cruelty. It's attracted to acts of greed. Like, the gym only finds a new owner under the once it has witnessed an act of desecration. Once it has witnessed an act of extreme greed. You know, like, and if we're coming up with it's becoming a common thread, and I think that this is now kind of solidifying what a kind of bad habit of 5e based writing really is. So, like, this bad habit is worrying so much about developing your solutions and your answers before you worry about developing the interesting problem, right? So, try to develop the interesting problem if the fact of the matter is that, like, this thing can't be moved or damaged in any way, and that's what's holding the gem. Players are going to try to figure out ways to move or damage it. It doesn't really matter what it says in here. This could lead to some frustration, right? So why does it have to do that? If they steal the dragon statue, fine. Like, let it work, right? Or why does the dragon statue even need to be there? Maybe you could say this gem, except for all who touch it, functions as an immovable rod, right? Except for those who it is quote unquote like attracted to or whatever, this gem functions as an immovable rod, and therein cannot be moved except by creatures who it willfully takes on as whatever. It's like a fucking anti-Mjolnir kind of a thing. I'm only attracted to the unworthy style deal. So in that case, you don't even need to put in all the stuff about the dragon statue, right? The dragon statue, it's holding this gem, but otherwise the gem will not move. No matter what people try to do, it will not move. And there's a legend about acts of extreme desecration or something in front of it, extreme greed, you know, like, whatever, right? I would just go with that and try to just, again, kind of leave it more like, this is the problem. You guys come up with a solution, right? Yeah, don't be planning to like script out the solution for them. Let them kind of come up with theirs, and like you go hands off with it, right? But with that, I've been streaming for quite a while. Your guys fucking tired. Who's on? I know this has been requested. I will probably get back on doing something like this in the future. Here within the next like 2 days. Because we got other cool shit going on too. This is awesome. Oh yeah, man, I had a lot of fun. Thanks for joining me on all this. I gotta mute myself here. There we go. Thank you. Awesome, so your wife. Where am I sending everyone? Is there anybody actually on right now? Smalls live, ill-advised records doing the Weather Channel shit. The people who fell asleep, here you go. I'm gonna send you over to somebody who is gonna not wake your ass up. Here you go. You're going over to Synthwave Radio. All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for more cool stuff. I appreciate all the submissions and everything. You wanted to ask about the rules in mine. When do you think you can hear back on it? No rush, of course. The rules in yours. Which one? This is your first adventure you've written? Oh yeah, it's a fun idea. I really dig it. I do actually like the idea of the state change, right? Like, it's a dungeon heist, and I like the subversion of, like, well, yeah, but it's the gem that, like, it's only, it has to be stolen in order to pass this curse on. I wish I could remember where I had heard something like that before. Eternity's Scorn. All right, what a sick name. Okay. Just taking a skim of it real quick. I'm definitely still heading out, but just looking basically because it looked like you said something about the maps. I'm not really quite there yet. Okay, levels 5 to okay, cool. I'm interested to see what happens with the like mid to high level adventure writing, and that happens with this too. But yeah, the state of the room counts as a different room or not. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah. Especially when it's that significant where you have to have a whole other description for it, it's going to count as a room. Yeah. Andrew Twitelli? Andrew Twitelli. Hey, welcome. Yeah, if it requires that whole thing, it doesn't really matter that it's like it's the same spot on the map. It's all about the description. If it's that much of a page count, yeah, it's gonna count as another room. You could also just incorporate that into like another element of the same room. But yeah, conciseness is gonna be key on that. If you have a pretty grandiose idea, I would start looking at where you might be able to take some stuff out that isn't super necessary. And I promise you, as much cutting as you think that you're doing, you can always do more. You can always do more. Take it from somebody that just wrote like a 233-page book. I can damn near guarantee you I could get it under 200. Like, I could do some editing and tweaks that just based off of word count alone would be getting Vagabond even closer to like a sub 200 count book. Yeah. So anyways, I'm gonna send you all over to why do I look so red? Weird. Okay, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Send you all over to Lo-Fi Girl. Later, everyone.